Chapter 456. Yuqinggan's expression was slightly surprised. Yixing actually rejected the Qingyu Empire's help. Could he really contend against all the experts of the Blue Dragon Empire alone? Although Master Lu Yu was injured, the Blue Dragon Empire's experts were not few. Apart from the third-level formation Grandmaster, Master Bei Chuan, there were 4 8-star masters and 7 7-star masters. Moreover, the Blue Dragon Empire also had more than 10 middle-level perfected masters. Together, they were also a strong force. However, these people, in Yixing's words, were just a mob. Yuqinggan thought to himself, the Blue Dragon Empire's team has many experts, and their strength is not weaker than my Qingyu Empire's team. If they are just a motley crew, then how strong is Yixing? Could it be that he still has a hidden card? Yu Qingxian led the warriors of the Qingyu Empire to retreat to the side. He secretly transmitted a message to Venerable 9-star, a level 3 array Grandmaster, be alert. If this brother's life is in danger, help him at any time. Master 9-star and the third-level formation Grandmaster of the Qingyu Empire secretly transmitted their acknowledgement. They did not have any extra thoughts about Yuqinggan's order. After all, the Blue Dragon Empire and the Qingyu Empire were not on friendly terms. It was normal for the Qingyu Empire to rescue someone that the Blue Dragon Empire wanted to deal with. When the Blue Dragon Empire's martial artists heard Yixing call them a mob, they were all furious. They looked at Yixing with surging killing intent. Just the fact that Yixing was wearing the Crimson Flame suit was enough to arouse the killing intent of the Blue Dragon Empire's martial artists, not to mention that Yixing was looking down on them. Long Xiao said coldly, "You really think that you are invincible with the Crimson Flame suit, humph? You see us as a motley crew, but this motley crew is enough to take your life. Let's see what will happen when the power of the Red Flame suit weakens after you hold on for a few minutes." Yixing's voice was cold, but full of confidence. He said, "Half an hour is more than enough to sweep away your mob." Long Zhao's face darkened. He slashed at Yixing and shouted, "Kill this bastard." The Scarlet Flame set could last for 7 to 8 minutes with the help of a middle-grade star crystal. However, that was only for battle time, not absolute time. If it was absolute time, Long Xiao would not be in a hurry to attack Yixing. He would only need to wait for half an hour for the mid-grade astral crystals in the Crimson Flame set to run out. If Yixing wanted the Crimson Flame set to unleash its full power again, he would have to reload it with mid-grade astral crystals. This would definitely take some time. If Long Xiao seized this opportunity to attack, he would be able to easily kill Yixing. As long as there was no battle, Yixing could keep the Scarlet Flame set in its normal state without activating the mid-grade star crystal. Once he faced an attack, he would activate the mid-grade star crystal and let the Scarlet Flame set erupt with its full power. In this way, the Blue Dragon Empire's warriors wouldn't take the initiative to attack, and the Scarlet Flame set would always be there. Hence, if Long Xiao wanted to kill Yixing, he had to take the initiative to attack. The Blue Dragon Empire's experts had already secretly discussed how to kill Yixing. Long Xiao gave the order, and Bei Chuan immediately activated the array. This time, the array flag Master Bei Chuan took out wasn't a green array flag, but a golden one. 2 golden array flags shot out to the left and right, growing to 3 meters tall. They stood 300 meters apart, radiating a golden light. The golden light enveloped all the Blue Dragon Empire's warriors. This was a defensive array, the Yinyang Golden Light Array. The great success Yinyang Golden Light Array was activated by Bei Chuan, a rank 3 array Grandmaster. Even Venerable 9-star would find it very difficult to break it. With the Yinyang Golden Light Array's defense, the Blue Dragon Empire's warriors in the array moved. They all executed their martial techniques and attacked Yixing. In an instant, astral lights shot out. There were astral swords, astral sabers, astral spears, astral fists, astral palms, and various other attacks. The array was controlled by the array master. At this moment, Beichuan was controlling the Yinyang golden light array to defend against external attacks. He ignored all external attacks. Whoosh! 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 None of the attacks were blocked by the Yinyang golden light array. They shot out more than 300 meters and attacked Yixing. A perfected person's inner energy was incomparably dense. Astral energy could be condensed into weapons and unleash terrifying attacks. Even though they were more than 300 meters away, the various astral light attacks from the warriors were still terrifying. They were not much weaker than direct attacks. With so many densely packed attacks, even a half-martial highness would have no choice but to dodge them instead of taking them head-on. However, although the Crimson Flame set could not unleash the offensive power of a half-step venerable, its defensive power far surpassed that of a half-step venerable. It did not fear the attacks of the Blue Dragon Empire's experts. Yixing used the Flaming Astral Fist repeatedly and shattered the astral light attacks of Master Lu Yu and a few 8-star venerables. There were too many astral light attacks. Yixing could not destroy them all. He only chose to destroy a few of the stronger astral light attacks. The rest of the astral light attacks landed on the Crimson Flame set. Yixing was wearing the Crimson Flame set. He was like an iron tower and did not move at all. The astral light attacks could not break the defense of the Crimson Flame set, nor could they affect Yixing. However, the corners of Long Zhao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. The defense of the Crimson Flame set was almost invincible for those below the Venerable Realm. Long Zhao did not intend to defeat Yixing by breaking the defense of the Crimson Flame set. Instead, he wanted to continue attacking, allowing Yixing to constantly use the mid-grade astral crystal to maintain the Crimson Flame set's combat state. This way, it would only take about 15 minutes for the Crimson Flame set's mid-grade astral crystal to be completely depleted, greatly reducing its strength. When Yixing used the mid-grade astral crystal again, it would be the time for the Azure Dragon Empire's experts to truly kill him. Long Zhao believed that when that happened, Yixing would definitely die. Yixing was struck by the numerous astral light attacks. Not only did he not retreat, he even took a step forward. His body shot forward like an arrow as he punched out. The punch broke the sound barrier as the air exploded, producing translucent shockwaves. The punch's might was astounding. Boom! Instantly, Yixing's punch struck the Yinyang golden light array, producing a deafening explosion. The golden light trembled as Master Beichuan's figure moved slightly. The might of the Crimson Flame set was indeed terrifying. The punch had affected him. However, Master Beichuan's attainments in array formations were clearly higher than the Fire Cloud Sect Masters. The Yinyang Golden Light Array's defensive strength was stronger than the Fire Cloud Sect Master's Flaming Shield Astral Array. Although Yixing's attack could break through the array formation's defenses, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. At the very least, he would not be able to shake the Yinyang Golden Light Array's defenses for about 15 minutes. In the Yinyang Golden Light Array, Long Zhao, as the commander, did not attack. Instead, he laughed out loud and said, "Bastard, do you think you are invincible with the Crimson Flame set? Now, you are unable to break through the Yinyang Golden Light Array and can only take a beating. In about 15 minutes, the Crimson Flame set will lose its strength. That will be the moment you die. Kill. Attack ruthlessly. Don't let this bastard catch his breath. Before the Crimson Flame set loses its strength, tire him to death." Boom! Boom! Yixing only destroyed a few of the stronger attacks. The rest of the attacks landed on the Crimson Flame set and remained unscathed. Yixing laughed and said, "What ninth prince of the Empire? You are just an idiot among idiots. You are all hiding in the array. If I am no match for you, can't I run? You idiots, who dares to come out of the array to kill me?" When Yixing said this, all the warriors present were startled. That's right. If I can't beat him, can't I run? The Blue Dragon Empire relied on the Yinyang Golden Light Array, which could block Yixing's attacks. If Yixing wanted to run, Beichuan Shanren would have to maintain the array and would not be able to use his speed. They would not be able to catch up. If Yixing suddenly attacked without maintaining the array, it would be difficult to resist. If Yixing did not fight to the death with the Blue Dragon Empire in one place, but instead moved and stretched the battle line, it would not be easy for the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire to kill him. Yixing continued, "There is only one reason why I did not run. That is, I did not put you motley bunch in my eyes. Originally, I only wanted to coexist peacefully with you and obtain a third of the items in the burial ground. However, you people of the Blue Dragon Empire went too far and forced me into a dead end. Since that is the case, I can only kill all of you. The third of the Blue Dragon Empire's items will belong to me." Yixing's voice was full of confidence. All the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire were shocked when they heard this. They simultaneously stopped their attacks and looked at Yixing with bewilderment and shock in their eyes. Yixing said that he wanted to kill all of them. How was this possible? None of the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire believed it. However, Yixing's tone made them feel a little scared. Long Xiao snorted and shouted, "You are just trying to scare people. The reason why you did not run was because you could not give up on the treasures in the burial ground. You want to scare us to stop. Stop daydreaming. Kill us all? Humph. Come and try to kill us. Don't stop. Continue attacking. Do not give him any chance to breathe." Long Zhao's words made the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire feel refreshed. With a reasonable explanation, the trace of shock in their hearts disappeared. One by one, they operated their astral energy and continued to attack Yixing with all their strength. At this time, Yixing raised his hands and shouted, "You are courting death. Rise!" In the area covered by the Yinyang Golden Light Array, several flame array flags that were deeply embedded in the ground suddenly rose into the air. They were the flame array flags that Yixing had planted to block the connection of the array when he was breaking the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array. These flame array flags cut off the connection of the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array's base, causing the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Seal to have no effect. Yixing had broken 8 of the 9 killing arrays. The last one, the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array, was not directly destroyed by Yixing. Instead, he used the array flags to break it. He deliberately left a trick up his sleeve so that he could destroy the array flags he had planted at any time and activate the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array again. Yixing had just passed through the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array's area when Master Beichuan launched a sneak attack at him from behind. At this time, the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire were behind Yixing and just happened to be in the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array's area. If the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array was activated again, they would be the first to bear the brunt of the array's attack. Now, these flame array flags had drilled out from the ground. The Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array's base was once again connected. In an instant, a terrifying array aura appeared. 2 huge fire snakes that were more than 100 meters long suddenly appeared out of thin air. The warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire were all shocked. These 2 fire snakes appeared in the Yin-Yang Golden Light Array and directly rushed towards them from the left and right. Master Beichuan had activated the Yin-Yang Golden Light Array to defend against Yixing. How could he have expected that the attack would suddenly start from the inside? Immediately, miserable screams rang out continuously. The Flame Venerable's attainments in arrays were extremely high. The Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array's power was very terrifying. Even if it was a single array, Venerable 9-star would find it difficult to resist. As for the warriors below Venerable 9-star, they were, of course, instantly killed when attacked by the 2 fire snakes. In just the blink of an eye, several experts of the Blue Dragon Empire had died. Most of them were mid-level venerables, but there were also high-level astral realm venerables. The warriors of the Qingyu Empire looked at the miserable state of the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire and were all shocked. A trace of coldness flashed through their hearts. Who would have thought that this 3-star venerable had actually left a trick up his sleeve when breaking the 9 serial killing arrays? He is not only a martial and array genius. His scheming is as terrifying as his martial and array talents. The people of the Blue Dragon Empire are finished. Yuchenghan's eyes were also filled with surprise. The sudden appearance of the yin-yang fire snake array was beyond his expectations. Only now did he realize that Yixing hadn't been boasting when he said that he would kill all the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire. No wonder he had been so confident. The 2 fire snakes rampaged. Wherever they passed, the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire were basically instantly killed. Even the venerable 8-star venerables couldn't resist for more than a few breaths of time. Only venerable 9-star and Master Beichuan, who were both venerable 9-star venerables and level 3 array grandmasters, could resist the attack of the yin-yang fire snake array. Save me! Hurry up and save me! Long Xiao was scared out of his wits. When he saw a fire snake rushing towards him, he screamed in horror. Your Highness the 9th Prince! Master Beichuan exclaimed. He immediately withdrew the yin-yang golden light array and struck out with both palms at the fire snake attacking Long Xiao. At the same time, he shouted, Brother Lu, save him! Without waiting for Master Beichuan to speak, a pair of wings grew out of Venerable Lu Yu's back. His figure was like lightning as he shot to Long Xiao's side. Venerable Lu Yu pulled Long Xiao and soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Master Beichuan blocked the yin-yang fire snake array and withdrew the yin-yang golden light array. There was no longer any obstruction between the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire and Yixing. Venerable Lu Yu knew how powerful Yixing was and didn't dare to stay for even a moment. Yixing didn't give chase. Instead, he raised his hand and a dazzling big bow appeared in his hand. On the bow, there was a glittering gem that looked like 7 stars. Supreme Grade Spirit Bow, Big Dipper Bow. The Big Dipper Bow was the best Supreme Grade Spirit Bow. Yixing couldn't draw it at all. However, he was currently wearing the Crimson Flame set, so drawing the Big Dipper Bow was naturally not a problem. In an instant, the Big Dipper Bow in Yixing's hand was drawn into a full moon. The Big Dipper gem shone brightly and condensed into an arrow of starlight, locking onto Venerable Lu Yu in the sky. My mistake. I was busy today, so I could only update a 4,000-word chapter. Sorry. Chapter 457. Whoosh. The arrow streaked across the sky like a flash of light. Master Lu Yu's speed was indeed fast. His wings were a high-grade flying spiritual weapon, and he was in the 9th stage of the astral realm. In the blink of an eye, he was several miles away. However, the arrow shot from the Big Dipper Bow was even faster. When Yixing shot the arrow, the distance between him and Master Lu Yu was close to 10 miles. However, the arrow tore through the air and caught up to Lu Yu in an instant. It tore through Lu Yu's protective aura like tofu and pierced through his back and out his chest, piercing through Lu Yu's heart. Master Lu Yu was a venerable 9-star, but he didn't even have time to dodge when he sensed the danger. It was obvious that the starlight arrow shot from the Big Dipper Bow was terrifyingly fast. Master Lu Yu had taken a punch from the Crimson Flame suit and was already heavily injured. Now that his heart had been pierced, he immediately screamed and fell from the sky. Long Xiao, who was in Master Lu Yu's hands, was scared out of his wits. The tables had turned so quickly that the 9th Prince, who had never experienced life and death, was scared out of his wits. However, Long Xiao was a venerable 5 stars after all. Although he was scared, he wasn't scared out of his wits. The supreme grade flying spiritual weapon instantly appeared behind Long Xiao and stopped him from falling. Whoosh! Long Xiao was about to use the supreme grade flying spiritual weapon to continue his escape, but the starlight arrow that killed Master Lu Yu suddenly changed direction and continued to shoot toward Long Xiao. Yixing's attainments in the art of archery allowed him to change according to his will. The power of this arrow of starlight was too terrifying. Even after killing Lu Yu, it was still powerful. With a thought, Yi Xing continued to attack Long Xiao. In an instant, the starlight arrow shot into Long Xiao's chest. Long Xiao immediately screamed and fell from the sky. The second attack of the starlight arrow wasn't as good as the first. It didn't penetrate Long Xiao's body. Instead, it was fixed on Long Xiao's chest and dissipated. It turned into sharp arrow qi and continued to destroy Long Xiao's body. This starlight arrow could kill Venerable 9 stars. Even if it was a second attack, Long Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand it. This arrow did not hit Long Xiao's heart, so Long Xiao was seriously injured. He fell from the sky, but he did not die. If it had hit his heart, he would have been killed instantly. Your Highness the 9th Prince. Master Beichuan roared in shock, his expression horrified. The Blue Dragon Empire was ruled by imperial authority. Although Long Xiao was only a 5-star spiritual master, he had the identity of a prince. Moreover, he was a prince with an extremely outstanding aptitude. His status was lofty and was far from comparable to the Venerable Master. If Long Xiao died, then all of the Azure Dragon Empire's martial artists present would be guilty of failing to protect him. Even if they escaped back to the Azure Dragon Empire, it would be difficult for them to survive. Lord Beichuan roared in shock and rushed towards Long Xiao. He couldn't care less about the other Azure Dragon Empire martial artists who were being attacked by the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array. Yi Xing was wearing the Crimson Flame armor set. He had boundless strength and peerless power. Although the Big Dipper bow required extremely strong strength to draw, it was not difficult for the current Yi Xing. In an instant, the Big Dipper bow was drawn into a full moon by Yi Xing, erupting with terrifying power that could kill Venerable 9 stars. The 7 gems emitted a resplendent light and condensed into a starlight arrow that locked onto Master Beichuan. Before Master Beichuan could rush to Long Xiao's side, he felt the danger of death. His heart turned cold, and his hair stood on end. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Xing released the bowstring, and the starlight arrow shot out. Like a meteor flashing across the sky, it instantly shot behind Master Beichuan. When Master Beichuan felt the danger to his life, he activated 2 golden array flags, and the Yin-Yang golden light array instantly formed. This time, the Yin-Yang golden light array only had a radius of 1 meter, and it only enveloped Master Beichuan. The smaller the golden light range, the stronger the defense. Master Beichuan's attainments in Array Dao were profound. If he focused on defense, he could block almost any attack from Venerable 9 stars. However, under the attack of the starlight arrow, a light poo sound was heard. A crack was instantly torn apart by the starlight arrow. With the same attack power, the penetrative power of the arrow was stronger than any other attack. The arrow of starlight shot out in an instant. The tip of the arrow hit the golden light hard. Its penetrating power was terrifying. Even if the golden light could withstand the Venerable 9 stars' most powerful attack, it couldn't withstand the penetration of the arrow of starlight. The starlight arrow pierced through the golden light and continued to shoot forward, shooting into Master Beichuan's back. After all, it was blocked by the Yin-Yang golden light array, so the power of the arrow was greatly weakened. The arrow only pierced 1 or 2 inches into Master Beichuan's body. Even though the starlight arrow instantly dissipated and turned into arrow qi that rushed into Master Beichuan's body to destroy it, Master Beichuan's cultivation was profound, and his astral energy was dense. He was only injured in a small area by the arrow qi, and his injuries were not serious. Whoosh! Another starlight arrow shot over, arriving in the blink of an eye. The power of the Crimson Flame set was too strong. It was equivalent to that of a Venerable 9 star. In Yi Xing's hands, the Big Dipper bow could be drawn at will. Not to mention 3 arrows, even 10 arrows would not be a problem. Master Beichuan's face was filled with despair. He screamed as the starlight arrow pierced through him, and his body fell from the sky. Just like Venerable Lu Yu, Master Beichuan's heart was pierced by the starlight arrow, and he died in the blink of an eye. Of the two Venerable 9 stars, Master Beichuan was a level 3 array Grandmaster. They were two of the strongest martial artists in the Azure Dragon Empire. Yet, they had both died. The 9th prince of the Azure Dragon Empire, Long Xiao, was severely injured. He fell to the ground and coughed up blood continuously. He could no longer move, and his eyes were filled with fear. As for the other Azure Dragon Empire martial artists, they were attacked by the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array. They could not resist at all. Even the Venerable 8 stars could not escape. They were all wiped out. In the entire Azure Dragon Empire team, there were more than 10 Venerables, more than 10 mid-level Venerables, and the Black Widow of the Earth Fiend sect. Other than Long Xiao, who was severely injured, everyone else had died. In the distance, the martial artists of the Qingyu Empire and the One-Star sects were all shocked. They looked at Yixing with deep respect in their eyes. Who would have thought that this Astral Star Realm Level 3 Array Grandmaster would possess the Scarlet Flame set? Not only did he possess such terrifying strength, but he also had such a terrifying scheming mind. When he was breaking the array, he had already kept the Yin-Yang Fire Snake Array. Most importantly, he also had such a terrifying supreme-grade Spirit Bow, which could easily kill Venerable 9 stars. They did not expect this, and neither did the martial artists of the Azure Dragon Empire. Therefore, the martial artists of the Azure Dragon Empire were completely defeated. Yixing put away the Big Dipper Bow. The crimson flame set entered his body, and the black wings appeared on his back. He flew forward. Yixing put away Master Lu Yu's and Master Beichuan's mid-grade storage rings, high-grade flying spiritual tools, and damaged array flags. Soon, Yixing arrived in front of Long Xiao and said indifferently, "Now, are you satisfied?" Chapter 458. Long Xiao coughed up blood, his eyes full of regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have dared to have any ideas about Yixing. Long Xiao looked at Yixing, his eyes full of begging, "I beg you, don't kill me. If you let me live, my father will give you treasures, a lot of treasures." Yixing's expression was indifferent as he said, "Your father? The Emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, an astral-reaching venerable, hee. I'm too cowardly. Even if your father really wants to give me treasures, I wouldn't dare to take them." Yixing sized up Long Xiao as if he was looking at a treasure. "Speaking of treasures, the treasures on your body are more attractive to me. 9-star yellow fate, this is not an ordinary fate. Compared to yours, my fate is far inferior." Long Xiao was stunned. Yixing said that the most precious treasure on his body was the 9-star yellow fate. Indeed, the 9-star yellow fate meant that one was destined to become a 9-star venerable. If one had the opportunity, it was possible to break through to the venerable realm. This was something that no treasure could achieve. However, this was only his fate. How could he blame others? This was his talent. Others could take his life, but they couldn't take away his talent. If Long Xiao knew that Yixing could devour other people's fates, he would understand why Yixing said so. Long Xiao said with a trembling voice, "The most precious treasure on my body is a supreme-grade flying spirit tool. If you want it, I'll give it to you. I'll give you everything else. I only ask that you give me a way out." Yixing slammed his palm on Long Xiao's head, knocking him out. Then, he sealed his meridians and lifted him up by grabbing his clothes. "Unfortunately, you didn't give me a way out before. Why should I give it to you now?" Yixing said to himself indifferently, grabbing Long Xiao and walking back. Yixing was still Yixing, and his cultivation was still at level 3 of the astral realm. However, the martial artists of the Qingyu Empire had a completely different impression of Yixing. Even those who were at the high level of the Star Gang realm did not dare to look directly at Yixing. They could only secretly size him up. Yu Qinggan stepped forward and said, "Brother, you have the Scarlet Flame set and the Extreme Grade Spiritual Bow. Your strength is terrifying, and even the 9-star Venerable is far from being your opponent. However, even so, it is still not enough to contend against the Azure Dragon Empire. You have obtained the treasures in the burial ground, so leave quickly. The Azure Dragon Empire has a half-step Venerable guarding Wu City. It won't be long before they arrive here. At this moment, the martial artists from the 1-star sects had already left one by one. Although they wanted to drink a mouthful of soup, the death of so many experts from the Azure Dragon Empire was definitely a big matter. The experts from the Azure Dragon Empire would soon arrive. They did not dare to stay, lest they get caught in the crossfire. Yixing came in front of Yu Chenggan and said, Wu City is hundreds of thousands of miles away from here. Even a Venerable wouldn't be able to rush here in a short time. Yu Chenggan said, Brother, you are wrong. The Azure Dragon Empire has set up a level 4 teleportation formation in Wu City. It can teleport 100,000 miles in any direction. The martial artists of the Azure Dragon Empire were all annihilated, and Long Zhao's life was at stake. As long as any martial artist crushed the communication talisman, the half-step Venerable in Wu City would know. I'm afraid that at this moment, he has already activated the teleportation formation and rushed here. As the 9th Prince of the Azure Dragon Empire, Long Zhao suddenly had something on him that was being tracked. In short, the half-step Venerable in the Azure Dragon Empire will rush to Long Zhao's location at the fastest speed. It won't take too long. Since Yixing hid his identity, Yu Chenggan naturally would not point it out. However, he had to tell Yixing about the danger he was facing. Yixing obviously knew that the Azure Dragon Empire was very strong. However, this was not the Azure Dragon Empire after all. With his current means, as long as a Venerable did not appear, he had nothing to fear. Yixing said, Wu City only has one half-step Venerable in charge. What about the Venerable in the Azure Dragon Empire? How fast can he get here? As the Crown Prince of the Qingyu Empire, Yu Chenggan naturally understood the Azure Dragon Empire very well. He said, the Azure Dragon Empire's territory is vast. Although there is a level 4 teleportation formation at the capital that can teleport 100,000 miles, it will not be able to get here in a short time. It will take at least half a day or more. Yixing smiled faintly and said, looks like there is plenty of time. After I break the yin-yang fire snake formation, I will go and retrieve the treasures in the burial ground. Using the same method, Yixing sealed the yin-yang fire snake formation. Then, he collected the storage rings of the Azure Dragon Empire martial artists. These martial artists were either mid-level Astral Realm Venerables or high-level Astral Realm Venerables. The storage rings in their hands were all mid-level. The collection inside was definitely not low. Not to mention the treasures in the burial ground, just the storage rings that Yixing obtained from the Azure Dragon Empire martial artists were a huge harvest. After doing all this, Yixing and the Qingyu Empire martial artists entered the main hall in the center of the burial ground. Like Xiaofan's burial ground, a large number of formations were set up outside. However, inside the house, there was only a coffin and the treasures that the Red Flame Venerable had placed when he was alive. Like Xiaofan, after more than 100 years, the Red Flame Venerable had yet to become a corpse Dao martial artist. His corpse was still in the coffin. All the treasures in the house were still there. Upper-grade storage rings. So many mid-level star crystals. So many supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Corpse jades. My corpse jades. After entering the hall, the Qingyu Empire martial artists exclaimed one after another. Although the Red Flame Venerable was only a half-step Venerable when he was alive, he was too rich. He was not inferior to an ordinary Astral Realm Venerable. There were a total of 2 upper-grade storage rings. The mid-level star crystals were piled up like a mountain. They occupied a large space in the hall. There were at least millions of them. There were more than a dozen supreme-grade spiritual weapons. especially the corpse jades. They ranged from 1st grade spiritual grade to 12th grade spiritual grade. There were all kinds of them. There were at least thousands of them in a full box. The Red Flame Venerable was clearly well prepared. As long as he became a corpse Dao martial artist, the corpse jades he left behind would be enough to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the astral realm. There were so many treasures that were not inferior to those left behind by a venerable. When the martial artists saw these treasures, they were all surprised and shocked. This was far beyond their expectations. However, when they saw the words left behind by the Red Flame Venerable on the wall, they realized that this burial ground was left behind by the Red Flame Venerable. They all felt relieved. Although the Red Flame Venerable was only a half-step venerable, he was indeed comparable to a true venerable. This was the burial ground of the Red Flame Venerable, and Yixing had the red flame suit that the Red Flame Venerable had once used. The Qingyu Empire martial artists looked at Yixing with astonishment in their eyes. In order to remember his son after becoming a corpse Dao martial artist, the Red Flame Venerable had of course explained everything about Tianfun in the words carved on the wall. After reading the words carved on the wall, the Qingyu Empire martial artists understood that Yixing's red flame suit came from the burial ground of Tianfun. Chapter 459. The treasures in the Red Flame Venerable's burial ground were originally divided into 3 portions. Yixing, the Qingyu Empire and the Blue Dragon Empire each had 1 portion. Now that the Blue Dragon Empire's team had been annihilated by Yixing, their portion of the gains naturally belonged to Yixing. Therefore, the treasures in the burial ground were divided into 2/3 for Yixing and 1/3 for the Qingyu Empire. In this way, the treasures obtained by Yixing alone would be twice as much as the treasures obtained by the dozens of Qingyu Empire practitioners. In this regard, many warriors of the Qingyu Empire were very upset. Yixing's gains alone were too great, but they could only suppress this unpleasant feeling in their hearts. They had all seen with their own eyes how terrifying Yixing was. There were 2 upper-grade storage rings, one for Yixing and one for Yu Qingqian. However, in the space of the 2 rings, there were items. Not only were there more than 10 middle-grade storage rings, there were also large amounts of formation materials, martial arts manuals, cultivation technique inheritances, elixirs, spirit weapons, treasures, formation plates, etc. The 2 took out the items and divided them according to the ratio of 1 to 2. Yixing received 2/3. In addition, there were 13 supreme-grade spirit weapons, and Yixing received 8. There were more than 1,000 corpse jades. Among them, there were 2 12th-grade spirit-level corpse jades, 3 11th-grade spirit-level corpse jades, and 5 10th-grade spirit-level corpse jades. Yixing received 1, 2, and 3 pieces respectively. There were relatively fewer supreme-grade spirit-level corpse jades, and more upper-grade spirit-level corpse jades. There were 6 9th-grade spirit-level corpse jades, 10 8th-grade spirit-level corpse jades, and 27th-grade spirit-level corpse jades. Yixing received 4, 6, and 13 pieces respectively. As for the lower and middle-grade spirit-level corpse jades, they accounted for 99% of the total, about 1,000 pieces. Yixing received more than 600 pieces. Whether it was for personal cultivation or for the disciples of Thea, a long period of time was enough. Yixing put away all the corpse jades and was filled with joy. "Young Master Yu, it's a pleasure to work with you. I'll take my leave first." After Yixing obtained his share of the harvest, he bid farewell to Yu Qinggan. "Brother, please be careful. I wish you good luck." Looking at Yixing's back, Yu Qinggan waved his hand and said. Yixing carried Long Shao and left the Scarlet Flame Venerable's burial ground for over 50 kilometers before stopping. Yixing tossed Long Shao to the ground, and a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, the surroundings turned dark. Yixing used the black hole constellation. The black hole whirlpool in the sky spun rapidly, forming a terrifying devouring force that began to devour Long Zhao's destiny. In Long Zhao's mind, the destiny fire was a yellow flame with a total of 9 flames. Under the devouring of the black hole astrology, the flame of destiny in Long Zhao's mind became dimmer and dimmer. On the other hand, the flame of destiny in Yixing's mind became brighter and brighter. Finally, when the destiny fire in Long Zhao's mind was completely extinguished, the destiny fire in Yixing's mind turned into 9 burning yellow flames. Yixing's destiny had risen to 9-star yellow fate. Long Zhao was still unconscious. He was completely unaware that his destiny had been devoured. Yixing didn't take his life. After killing Yun Tianhao, he had provoked the Fire Cloud sect leader. He wasn't sure if killing Long Zhao would result in something like the Heavenly Fire Seal, which would then be found by the Azure Dragon Empire's venerables. Even though Yixing had many tricks up his sleeve, he still couldn't contend against an astral-reaching venerables. Although Yixing didn't take Long Zhao's life, he didn't plan to let him have an easy time in the future. His destiny had been devoured, but his martial path had been severed. However, he could still maintain his cultivation at the 5th level of the astral star realm. Yixing took out an extreme-grade spirit sword and severed Long Zhao's meridians, crippling his martial arts. Without the mandate of heaven, he could no longer cultivate. The martial arts that had been crippled could never be cultivated back. From then on, Long Zhao was a cripple who could not step into the martial arts path. Such an outcome was crueler than death. With a miserable groan, Long Zhao's meridians were severed and his martial arts crippled. The intense pain woke him up from his unconscious state. Feeling his meridians severed and the lack of astral energy in his body, Long Zhao's eyes were filled with despair and shock. He screamed, "You crippled my martial arts. You actually crippled my martial arts." Venerables had a lifespan of 300 years. The Azure Dragon Empire had a lot of descendants. If one wasn't outstanding in martial arts, even if he was a prince, his status wouldn't be high. If he was crippled, his life would be even more miserable. Long Zhao felt his meridians severed and his martial arts crippled. The feeling in his heart was even worse than killing him. "Ninth Prince, Your Highness." At this moment, a majestic voice came from afar. The sound waves were like waves, forming horrifying ripples in the void. It could be seen how powerful the person who had spoken was. Yixing's expression turned serious. He could tell from the voice that the person who had come was much more terrifying than Venerable 9-star. It must be the half-step Venerable guarding Black City. He came so fast. Yixing exclaimed in his heart. Yixing looked into the distance and looked towards the direction of the voice. Dozens of li away, a human silhouette flapped his wings and flew towards him at high speed. Ignoring Long Zhao, the azure cloud wings appeared on Yixing's back. He immediately soared into the sky and flew in the opposite direction of the voice. The wings of the half-step Venerable were a peak-grade flying spiritual artifact. He was so fast that he could travel 5 miles in an instant. In just 7 or 8 breaths, this half-step Venerable had already arrived beside Long Zhao. Yu Qinggan was right. Long Zhao did have something on him that the Azure Dragon Empire's cultivators could track. This half-step Venerable knew Long Zhao's location, which was why he could rush over so quickly. Otherwise, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack in the endless Heavenly Corpse mountain range. It wouldn't be so easy to catch up. The half-step Venerable immediately saw that Long Zhao's martial arts had been crippled. He was stunned and exclaimed, "Ninth Prince, who did this?" "Venerable Lu Shan." When he saw this half-step Venerable, Long Zhao's despairing eyes suddenly glowed with flames of hatred. Long Zhao pointed in the direction where Yixing had flown off and yelled, "Kill! Kill this bastard! Tear his body into 10,000 pieces and grind his bones to dust." The power of astral reaching realm experts was no longer limited to the astral energy within their bodies. They could communicate with the 4 extremes of heaven and earth and use the power of heaven and earth. They could erupt with a terrifying power that was 10 times or even 100 times greater than their own. Although half-step Venerable hadn't stepped into the astral reaching realm and become a true Venerable, they had already started to sense the power of heaven and earth and could borrow it. Others called them Venerables out of respect. Venerable Lu Shan fed Long Shao a peak-grade healing pill and said in a deep voice, "Ninth Prince, don't worry. I'll definitely capture the culprit alive and let you deal with him personally." Whoosh! After speaking, Venerable Lu Shan flapped his wings and soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, chasing after Yixing. Chapter 460. The clear sky wings were a supreme-grade flying spirit weapon, so Yixing could use the clear sky wings to its maximum speed. However, as a half-step martial highness, not only was Lu Shan the Venerable able to maximize the speed of his top-grade air transportation spiritual tool, but he was also able to increase the speed of his top-grade air transportation spiritual tool with the help of his abundant astral energy and the natural energy that he drew upon. In the hands of a half-step Venerate, the speed of a supreme-grade flying spirit weapon was much faster than when it was in Yixing's hands. The distance between the two of them had originally been less than 100 miles. Under the pursuit of Lu Shan Venerate, the distance between the two of them had shrunk to 20 to 30 miles in no time. Yixing couldn't shake off the tail behind him, so he stopped. Only by getting rid of this tail would he be able to live peacefully. The clear sky wings unfurled as Yixing floated in the air. Lu Shan Venerate streaked across the sky like a streak of light and stopped 5 miles in front of Yixing. The two of them faced each other across the sky. Yixing sized up Lu Shan Venerate, and Lu Shan Venerate sized up Yixing. Lu Shan Venerate was shocked when he saw that Yixing was only a third-level astral realm cultivator. He knew how powerful the team led by Long Shao was. There was a Venerable 9-star and a third-level array Grandmaster. Long Shao had been in such a powerful team. How had he been captured alive by this person? Lu Shan Venerate knew very well that the other martialists of the Azure Dragon Empire had either died or lost their ability to fight if they could capture Long Shao alive. Lu Shan Venerate didn't dare underestimate Venerate 3-star. After all, it wouldn't have been easy for him to capture Long Shao alive in such a powerful team. Yixing had already expected that the person chasing him would be a half-step Venerate. Thus, he was naturally unperturbed when facing Lu Shan Venerate. He wasn't surprised or nervous at all. Lu Shan Venerate stared at Yixing and asked, "Who are you? Why are you making an enemy out of the Azure Dragon Empire?" Yixing said indifferently, "You should ask your 9th prince about this. Why did he want to take my life for no reason?" Venerable Lu Shan's eyebrows twitched. When he heard Yixing say this, he understood that Long Shao must have started this matter first. It seems that Venerable 3-star had angered the 9th prince, and the 9th prince did not think much of him. In the end, this person had terrifying means to defeat the 9th prince's team, capture the 9th prince alive, and cripple his martial arts. Venerable Lu Shan thought for a moment and guessed most of it. Venerable Lu Shan said, "Even if it was His Highness, the 9th prince, who acted first, you still shouldn't have killed a martial artist of my Azure Dragon Empire, nor should you have crippled the 9th prince's martial arts. The Azure Dragon Empire will not forgive your actions." Yixing laughed and said, "Could it be that only your 9th prince can kill me, but I can't kill him? Humph. Unfortunately, he's just your 9th prince. In my eyes, he's nothing. If he didn't provoke me, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Since he provoked me, he has to bear the consequences." Venerable Lu Shan's face turned green, and he shouted, "Nonsense. What kind of status do you have and what kind of status does the 9th prince have? How can they be compared? Since you dared to make an enemy out of the Azure Dragon Empire, you have to bear the consequences." As he spoke, Venerable Lu Shan's aura surged, and a terrifying power erupted. It was as if a giant mountain was standing tall, producing a terrifying pressure that enveloped Yixing. Yixing's cultivation was only at the 3rd stage of the astral realm. This pressure was extremely heavy, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The difference between him and a half-step Venerable One was too great. If he did not have any other tricks up his sleeves, he would not be a match for a half-step Venerable One even if he could fight someone above his level just based on his cultivation base. With Yi Xing's current strength, even if he used the Black Hole Astrology and Sagittarius Astrology, he could only deal with a 6-star Venerable. He would not even be a match for a 7-star Venerable, let alone a half-step Venerable. Even a 7-star Venerable would be instantly killed by a half-step Venerable's palm. It wasn't something Yi Xing could block with his strength. Just this pressure alone was unbearable for Yi Xing. His body immediately fell, and he was about to be pressed to the ground by this invisible pressure. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, 2 flaming array flags flew out and stood on his left and right. They spun and turned into a flaming shield that surrounded him. With the protection of the flaming shield array, the pressure from Venerable Lu Shan was instantly lifted. A grade 3 array at greater mastery. He's only at the 3rd stage of the astral realm, but he's actually a grade 3 array grandmaster. Venerable Lu Shan was shocked. He had never seen a grade 3 array grandmaster at the 3rd stage of the astral realm. It seems like being a grade 3 array grandmaster is one of his trump cards, but not all of them. A grade 3 array grandmaster is definitely not capable of defeating the 9th prince's team. Venerable Lu Shan thought to himself as he pondered. In Long Zhao's team, there were 2 grade 3 array grandmasters and a 9-star venerable. Of course, a grade 3 array grandmaster would not be able to defeat them. Therefore, Venerable Lu Shan was very confident that Yi Xing must have other trump cards. A grade 3 array grandmaster is nothing in front of me. Show me what you've got. Venerable Lu Shan shouted. He took a step forward and immediately struck out with his palm. Boom! A palm print shot out and turned into a huge mountain that fell from the sky and attacked Yi Xing. Falling mountain palm, superb spiritual martial art, complete mastery. In an instant, the falling mountain palm print collided with the flaming shield outside Yi Xing's body. With a loud explosion, the flaming shield collapsed layer by layer. Yi Xing's body fell from the sky. Venerable Lu Shan's attack was too terrifying. Even a grade 3 defensive array at greater mastery could not withstand it. Yi Xing was slapped down by the palm. While he was in the air, the crimson flame suit appeared outside Yi Xing's body. Black skull helmet, black skull gloves, black skull armor, and skeleton boots. As soon as the crimson flame suit appeared, Yi Xing's defense was invincible under the Venerable Lu Shan. He immediately blocked Venerable Lu Shan's palm. The azure cloud wings were still spread out behind him. Yi Xing's body stopped falling and continued to stand in the air. Crimson flame suit? Venerable Lu Shan was shocked and shouted, "You have the crimson flame suit." The crimson flame suit was too famous for the martial artists of the Blue Dragon Empire. As a half-step venerable, Venerable Lu Shan naturally knew about it. Are you the descendant of Venerable Lu Shan? Venerable Lu Shan asked in surprise. However, he did not care about this question. Without waiting for Yi Xing to answer, he continued to shout, "Even if you're a grade 3 array grandmaster and have the crimson flame suit, you can't defeat the 9th prince's team. What other trump cards do you have? Take them all out." As he spoke, Lu Shan's supremacy sent another palm strike towards Yi Xing from afar. Even though they were a few miles apart, Venerable Lu Shan's palm print arrived in an instant. The palm print was like a mountain and its power shook the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 461. Kill! Yi Xing shouted, and in an instant, a few more array flags were summoned. Each formation flag was 3 meters long, and they were engraved with patterns of flowers and trees. They were the formation flags of Master Beichuan's Greenwood Sword Formation. After Master Beichuan died, Yi Xing refined this set of formation flags, and they belonged to Yi Xing now. Yixing controlled the cyan-wood sword formation. Immediately, countless cyan-wood sword qis shot out. They were densely packed together as they charged toward venerated Lu Shan. Yixing put away the flame shield formation flag. He had the defense of the crimson flame suit, so the flame shield formation flag was unnecessary. Boom! While activating the greenwood sword formation, Yixing released his flame celestial form and punched the sky, hitting the falling mountain palm. The flame celestial form hung high in the sky, and the terrifying power of the flame celestial form fell, enveloping Yixing. Yixing's punch was so powerful that even Venerable 9-star couldn't block it. However, Lu Shan the Venerable wasn't Venerable 9-star. When the fist collided with the falling mountain, there was a loud explosion. Yixing's body was shot down from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the ground. Even with the defense of the crimson flame suit, Yixing wasn't injured, but under such a terrifying impact, he felt uncomfortable and had difficulty breathing. The attack of a half-step Venerable was indeed extraordinary. It was far from what Venerable 9-star could compare to. When Yixing was shot down from the sky, Lu Shan the Venerable also faced the attack of the greenwood sword qi. Facing the dense greenwood sword qi, the astral energy in Lu Shan the Venerable's body trembled, and immediately came out of his body, forming an astral shield that covered his entire body. At the same time, starlight fell from the sky, causing the astral shield to shine brightly and its defense to multiply. This wasn't the power of the celestial form, but the power of the universe's stars that Lu Shan the Venerable had activated. Although half-step Venerables could only activate a small amount of the power of the universe's stars, it was only relative to true Venerables. Once he drew upon the power of the universe's stars, his offensive power and defensive power would increase greatly. He would be on a completely different level from Venerable 9-star. Furthermore, the power of the stars in the universe could temper one's body. Once a martial artist became a half-step Venerable 1, his body would be greatly improved. In particular, when one became a Venerable 1, one's physical strength would soar by a large margin. Ding 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 ding. The dense azure wood sword qi landed on Venerable Lu Shan's protective shield, producing a series of crisp sounds. Faced with such dense green wood sword qi, Venerable 9-star would either die or be injured if he faced it head-on. However, in front of Venerable Lu Shan, it could not even break through his protective qi. From this, it could be seen how powerful it was to draw upon the power of the stars in the universe. If it's a level 3 greater success formation set up with a formation base, it'll still be somewhat dangerous to me. A formation set up with formation flags won't be able to withstand a single blow from me. Moreover, this greenwood sword formation is Lord Baichuan's formation. The strength that you've displayed now isn't enough to defeat the 9th Prince's team. Venerable Lu Shan stood in the air and looked down at Yixing from above. His voice carried a suppressive force and a sense of vastness. It made others feel insignificant when they heard it. Yixing stood on the ground and looked up at Venerable Lu Shan in the sky. He raised his hand, and the Big Dipper bow appeared in his hand. The Big Dipper bow was a top-notch spiritual bow. When drawn into a full moon, it could shoot Venerable 9-star to death. In addition, it contained Yixing's power of archery, his attainments in archery, the power of the stars, and the power of the universe. Its power would definitely reach a higher level. Even a half-step Venerable 1 could not underestimate it. With the Big Dipper bow in hand, Yixing immediately drew it. The 7 gems shone brightly and condensed into an arrow of starlight that locked onto Venerable Lu Shan in the sky. The power of the fire celestial form fell, and the power of the fire celestial form, the power of the wind celestial form, and the power of the darkness celestial form, which had reached a very high level in the imperceptible realm, were used. The power of the 4 transformations of the heart was infused into the arrow, and the arrow of starlight immediately erupted with a powerful and terrifying aura. Flame destruction arrow, burning arrow. The arrow of starlight immediately shot out. It was covered in a layer of death fire. The terrifying aura was even more powerful, containing death and destruction. Venerable Lu Shan's expression finally changed. The power contained in this arrow was enough to threaten his life. Overlapping mountain range. Venerable Lu Shan shouted and used one of the ultimate moves of the falling mountain palm technique. He struck out with his palm, and palm prints shot out, turning into mountains that fell one after another, attacking the arrow of starlight. Venerable Lu Shan attacked quickly, but the arrow of starlight was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the arrow of starlight shot through the first mountain range, and the second mountain range fell. Before it hit the arrow of starlight had already crossed the range of the palm and shot toward Venerable Lu Shan. Ding! The arrow of starlight shot outside of Venerable Lu Shan's protective shield, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. It was evident how terrifying the astral defense that drew upon the power of the universe's stars was. Even so, the astral protective barrier was still damaged. The arrow of starlight shot through a finger-sized hole and continued to shoot toward Venerable Lu Shan's throat. What a terrifying arrow! Venerable Lu Shan's heart trembled, and starlight suddenly bloomed. He used the power of the celestial phenomenon and turned into a huge yellow planet that floated in the sky. Earth elemental star power fell, turning Venerable Lu Shan's entire body into a yellow color, as hard as a rock. Venerable Lu Shan did not block or attack the arrow of starlight that shot toward his throat. Instead, he clenched his fists and tensed up all his muscles. Ding! The arrow of starlight shot toward Venerable Lu Shan's throat, producing the sound of metal clashing once again. The arrow of starlight penetrated the astral defense, but its power was already weakened, so it could not penetrate Venerable Lu Shan's skin. It was blocked outside his throat and disappeared into thin air. Venerable Lu Shan stood in the sky, the supreme-grade flying spiritual weapon behind him flapping. A yellow planet floated in the sky, and his entire body emitted a yellow glow. His aura was extremely terrifying. This was his aura at his peak. A top-notch supreme-grade spiritual bow, terrifying power of the celestial phenomenon, and the power of the universe. No wonder you could defeat the 9th Prince's team. The arrow you shot could easily kill Venerable 9 Star. Even a level 3 array Grandmaster would not be able to block it. Venerable Lu Shan looked down at Yixing and said in a mighty voice, "Your trump card is indeed very powerful and terrifying. Unfortunately, I'm a half-step venerable. No matter how strong your archery is, it won't be a threat to me. I only need to fight for a quarter of an hour, and the power of your scarlet flame set will weaken. Then, I will be able to kill you easily and turn you into ashes." Yixing's cold laughter was heard from behind the skull helmet. "Is that so? Try taking another arrow of mine." As he spoke, starlight bloomed. 2 rays of starlight shot out from between Yixing's eyebrows at the same time. Yixing had used his true trump card. Chapter 462. A ray of starlight turned into a black hole vortex. A ray of starlight turned into a starlight bow and arrow. Yixing used the black hole constellation and Sagittarius constellation at the same time. In an instant, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Venerable Lu Shan was shocked. He did not expect Yixing to still have a trump card that he had not used yet. The sudden darkness enveloped the entire area. Although the yellow astral projection above Venerable Lu Shan was emitting starlight and Venerable Lu Shan could still see everything within a few kilometers, the light was dim and hazy. He could not see as clearly as he normally would. Most importantly, he could no longer see Yixing's figure. Yixing had completely merged into the darkness. The legendary strongest constellation astrology? Lu Shan the Venerable looked at the sky. The huge starlight bow made his heart tremble. As for the black hole constellation, Lu Shan the Venerable had never seen or heard of it before. However, To be able to stand side by side with Sagittarius constellation while the high-grade flame constellation was pushed to the corner of the sky, it was obvious that it was a terrifying constellation on the same level as Sagittarius constellation. In the darkness, Yixing held the Big Dipper bow in his hand. The 7 gems shone brightly and condensed into a starlight arrow, locking onto Lu Shan the Venerable in the sky. When Yixing wore the red flame suit and used the Big Dipper bow and Sagittarius constellation, how powerful would the arrows be? The Sagittarius constellation did not increase the power of the arrows by a fixed number, but by a proportional increase. The initial attack power of the arrows was strong, but under the Sagittarius constellation, it would become even stronger. For example, if the initial attack power of an arrow was 100, and under the Sagittarius constellation, the attack power would be 200. Then, when the initial attack power of an arrow was 1000, the attack power under the Sagittarius constellation would not be as simple as 1100, but 2000. This was a proportional increase. Yixing wore the red flame suit and used the Big Dipper bow to shoot arrows. He could easily kill Venerable 9 stars and pose a threat to half-step Venerables. What about now? When the starlight arrow locked onto Lu Shan the Venerable, he felt a piercing pain in his heart, and all the hair on his body stood on end. This was no longer a simple sense of danger, but a sign of death, a strong sign of death. Venerable Lu Shan didn't have time to think. He slapped the supreme-grade air transportation spiritual artifact behind him and immediately retreated. Run! At that moment, Lu Shan the Venerable only had one thought. Just as Venerable Lu Shan retreated, the starlight arrow left the bowstring at the same time. Whoosh! In an instant, the arrow pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, it shot out over 10 miles. Lu Shan Venerable's speed was fast enough. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated close to 5 kilometers away. In addition, he and Yixing were already several kilometers apart. In the blink of an eye, he and Yixing were separated by several kilometers. Even so, the starlight arrow caught up to him in the blink of an eye. Poof! The resplendent starlight barrier was unable to withstand a single blow from the arrow. The starlight arrow instantly pierced through a small hole and continued shooting towards Lu Shan Supremacy's chest. Flying Cloud Leap. At the moment of life and death, the Venerable Lu Shan let out a loud cry and unleashed his astral energy to its limit. The moment the tip of the arrow touched his body suddenly leaped into the air and flew hundreds of meters to the side. Flying Cloud Leap was a supreme-grade spirit martial art movement technique. Lu Shan the Venerable's current speed was almost instantaneous. The arrow of Starlight's offensive power was terrifying. Even though Venerable Lu Shan's body was tough and had the power of the astrology to increase his defense, causing his skin to be as tough as metal, the moment the arrow of Starlight touched him, his skin broke and blood flowed. Whoosh! 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 Lu Shan the Venerable knew that archery experts could change the direction of the arrow. Once he dodged the attack of the starlight arrow, he immediately changed directions in the air. In the blink of an eye, he changed directions 5 times. Under the control of Yixing's mind, the starlight arrow chased after Lu Shan the Venerable 4 times. In the end, Lu Shan the Venerable dodged it. However, even though he could dodge the first arrow, he could not dodge the second one. When Lu Shan the Venerable dodged the starlight arrow, Yixing flapped the azure cloud wings on his back and caught up. The distance between them shortened. At the same time, the Big Dipper bow condensed a second starlight arrow and continued to shoot at Lu Shan the Venerable. Lu Shan the Venerable dodged the first arrow and did not have the strength to block the second one. The second starlight arrow instantly pierced through his protective shield and his skin. It penetrated deep into Lu Shan the Venerable's back and pierced through his heart. Lu Shan the Venerable screamed and his body trembled. His heart was pierced through by the arrow. It was a fatal injury. However, a half-step Venerable had a strong physical body and tenacious vitality. He did not die instantly. Lu Shan the Venerable fell for a distance and the supreme-grade flying spiritual weapon behind him flapped again. He flew forward in a crooked manner. After a few breaths, Lu Shan the Venerable finally stopped breathing and fell to the ground. Yixing also quickly landed on the ground. He hid the crimson flame set in his body and put away the Big Dipper bow. He also put away the black hole astrology, Sagittarius astrology, and flame astrology as he panted heavily. This time, Yixing had used all his trump cards and unleashed his strength to the limit to finally kill Lu Shan the Venerable. However, his cultivation was still too low. He was only at the third stage of the astral realm. Although he had many tricks up his sleeves, his body could not maintain such an intense state of exhaustion. If it was another ordinary 3-star venerable, even if he had Yixing's everything, he would not be able to use it. It was basically impossible for him to kill a half-step venerable. After more than 10 breaths, Yixing's breathing calmed down a little. He immediately took out 2 mid-grade star crystals and sat on the ground. He quickly absorbed the star power and recovered his astral energy. After the battle just now, the astral energy in his body was almost exhausted. After a simple recovery, Yixing went to Lu Shan the Venerable's corpse and put away his storage ring, supreme-grade flying spirit tool, and supreme-grade spirit glove. Then, he used the star fire to burn Lu Shan the Venerable's corpse to ashes. However, Yixing also cleaned up the traces of his battle with Lu Shan the Venerable. The Blue Dragon Empire was too powerful. Yixing could not contend against them, so he had to be careful. Whether it was Lu Shan the Venerable's storage ring, Long Zhao's, or any other martial artists, Yixing did not directly carry them with him. Instead, he put them all into the high-grade storage ring he had obtained from Red Flame the Venerable's burial ground. If the Blue Dragon Empire's experts had tampered with the storage ring, Yixing could have carried it with him. They would have been able to track him based on the storage ring. However, a high-grade storage ring could completely conceal the aura of these things. Moreover, Yixing still first put these storage rings into other middle-grade storage rings, then put them into high-grade storage rings, and finally put them into his own storage ring. Layer after layer, even if the Azure Dragon Empire had heavenly methods, they still wouldn't be able to detect the aura of these storage rings. Chapter 463. Requesting a recommendation vote. Yixing flew at high speed with his flying spirit tool. He did not head towards Wu City, but deeper into the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. After more than 2 hours, Yixing did not discover that he was being followed. Only then did he take off the human skin mask and put it away. Soon, the sky turned dark. Yixing used the dark force, and his body was shrouded in a dark aura. He merged with the night sky and continued flying. At this time, Yixing did not go deeper into the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Instead, he flew around the periphery of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. In the dark night, he was shrouded in the dark aura. Even if there were experts who could track him during the day, they would not be able to find his whereabouts at night. Yixing flew through the night, traversing tens of thousands of miles in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Before dawn, he found an underground cave and hid there. This underground cave was dug by a Corpse Dao martial artist. However, there were very few Corpse Dao martial artists in the periphery of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. This underground cave was absolutely safe. Moreover, even if there were Corpse Dao martial artists, there would not be many powerful Corpse Dao martial artists in the periphery. Yixing could kill them. Yixing was exhausted. He had consumed a lot of his astral energy, but he did not dare to rest. Only now did he heave a sigh of relief. He took out mid-grade astral crystals to restore his astral energy. This time, Yixing spent more than 2 hours to restore his astral energy to its peak. Then, he started to arrange the array. Venerable Scarlet Flame's storage ring contained a large amount of array formation materials, and many of them were high-level 3 array formation materials. Yi Xing had first set up a level 3 illusion array in Skyburn's burial ground, followed by a warning array formation, a defensive array formation, and a killing array formation. It took a total of 3 days for Yi Xing to finish setting up the various layers of formations. His heart was completely at ease. The Heavenly Corpse mountain range was so vast that the Blue Dragon Empire did not have enough manpower to search. Furthermore, even if someone were to search for it, it would be impossible for a Venerable One to search for it personally. They could only send many martial artists to search around. If someone really did find this place, they would not be able to discover the illusory formation if their formation skills were not good enough. If his attainments in array formations were high enough and he discovered Yi Xing's array formation, Yi Xing would be able to kill him. Yi Xing would only be in danger if the Azure Dragon Empire's honorable master personally came to this place, but this was basically impossible. Right now, the first thing the Blue Dragon Empire would do was to intercept the exits of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range and investigate Reverend 3 Stars. Although the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was vast and the Blue Dragon Empire couldn't cover every corner, Yi Xing was also afraid that he would run into the Blue Dragon Empire's people and be hunted down by a Venerable. Therefore, Yi Xing still decided to hide for 2 months first. It was impossible for the Blue Dragon Empire to investigate indefinitely. After a long time, they would eventually give up, and even if they didn't give up, they would reduce the intensity of the investigation. Yi Xing took out the corpse jades and refined them one by one with the star fire. In one day, Yi Xing refined nearly 200 corpse jades. In less than 4 days, Yi Xing had refined all of the death chi in the corpse jades and turned them into corpse jades that could be directly absorbed. After 4 days of non-stop refining, especially with the help of the flame silk, Yi Xing's control of the star fire had increased rapidly. This allowed Yi Xing's understanding of the great power of fire, as well as his attainments in the Flaming Dipper Fist, Sunfire Spear Art, and other fire-attributed martial arts, all of them had increased significantly. On the 8th day of hiding, Yi Xing began to absorb the corpse jades to cultivate. In his hands, there was 1 rank 12 spiritual level corpse jade, 2 rank 11 spiritual level corpse jades, and 3 rank 10 spiritual level corpse jades. These were the best quality corpse jades, and Yi Xing couldn't use them for the time being. Yi Xing's cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the astral realm, so the corpse jades he needed were about the same as ordinary 5 stars enlightened masters. Rank 9 spiritual level corpse jades had great cultivation effects, so it would be a waste to use better corpse jades. Yi Xing had 4 rank 9 spiritual level corpse jades. 2 days later, Yi Xing absorbed the first corpse jade and consolidated his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd stage of the astral realm. Another 2 days later, Yi Xing absorbed the second corpse jade. Yi Xing's cultivation had accumulated to the limit, and he could break through to the 4th stage of the astral realm at any time. Yi Xing could clearly feel the barrier to the 4th stage of the astral realm, but after a few attempts, he didn't succeed. The 3rd stage of the astral realm to the 4th stage was the leap from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of the astral realm. It was much more difficult to break through compared to other realms. Seeing this, Yi Xing took out another rank 9 spiritual level corpse jade and absorbed it. He had plenty of corpse jades now, so no matter how strong the 4th stage barrier was, he had to force his way through. When the 3rd 9th grade spirit grade corpse jade was absorbed by Yi Xing, the barrier to the 4th stage of the astral realm was broken. It was directly broken by the astral energy in Yi Xing's body. After breaking through to the 4th star enlightened master, Yi Xing stopped cultivating. He calculated the time and found that he had been hiding here for half a month. During this time, there was no movement in the vicinity, and no one from the Blue Dragon Empire had found this place. The Heavenly Corpse mountain range was so vast that no matter how many martial artists the Blue Dragon Empire sent out, they couldn't finish searching. Therefore, it was normal for no one to find this place. Not only did Yi Xing bring a lot of rations, but he also had a lot of crystal fire beast meat and frost python meat in his interspatial ring. There was no need to worry about food. Only half a month had passed, and the Blue Dragon Empire wouldn't give up so early. Yixing planned to hide here for 2 months and raise his cultivation to the 5th stage of the astral realm before leaving. These days, his cultivation had increased too quickly. Yixing didn't rush to absorb the corpse jades and break through to the 5th stage of the astral realm. Instead, he first comprehended the martial Tao, the grand momentum of heaven and earth, and cultivated the supreme grade falling star art to a higher realm. Yixing calmed down and comprehended. Whether it was the grand momentum of fire, grand momentum of wind, or grand momentum of darkness, they all improved. Especially the grand momentum of fire, because he used the star fire to refine the chi of death in the corpse jades, it improved the most. Its depth was not inferior to the grand momentum of wind. The grand momentum of wind and fire had already gone very far in the tittle realm. Yixing even began to feel the grand completion of the grand momentum of heaven and earth, unity of heaven and earth. As for the grand momentum of darkness, it was slightly inferior, but it was also very deep in the tittle realm. The grand momentum of darkness was much more difficult to comprehend. It required a specific location to improve greatly. After returning to the Azure Sky region, Yixing planned to head to the Dark Canyon again. Compared to the grand momentum of heaven and earth, Yixing's attainments in the Tao of archery had also improved qualitatively. He went from the 4th transformation to the 5th transformation. The 5th transformation meant that Yixing's mental energy had reached the 5th stage, which was almost on the same level as a half-step exalt. Not only could it increase the power of his arrows, but it could also allow Yixing to cultivate all kinds of martial arts with half the effort. After reaching the 3rd stage of mental energy, it was very difficult to increase one's mental energy to the 3rd stage. Yixing was already heaven-defying for reaching the 5th stage as a 4-star enlightened master. It was impossible for him to reach the 6th stage in a short time. Chapter 464. Begging for votes. Begging for votes. The closer to the center of the East Divine Continent, the more prosperous the martial Tao was. Most of the powerful empires were gathered in the center of the East Divine Continent. The border regions were dominated by the lower regions. Most of the strongest forces were superior 1-star sects, but there were a few 2-star forces that were at the bottom of the empires but were respected in the border regions. The True Xian region, the Water Sun region, the Jiangning region, and the Dual River region were all located in the eastern border regions of the East Divine Continent. Among them were the 2 upper regions, the Azure Dragon region and the Green Feather region. The Azure Dragon Empire was the ruler of the Azure Dragon region and one of the 2 2-star empires in the surrounding 10 regions. In the surrounding 10 regions, only the Green Feather Empire in the Green Feather region could compete with the Azure Dragon Empire. The other forces were nothing in the Azure Dragon Empire's eyes. In the surrounding 10 regions, only the Green Feather Empire dared to go against the Azure Dragon Empire. But even the Green Feather Empire was afraid of the Azure Dragon Empire. Even though they were not on friendly terms and had always been at odds with the Azure Dragon Empire, they did not dare to kill the Azure Dragon Empire's martial artists openly. This time, the 9th prince of the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Xiao, had led a team of martial artists. Among them, there were more than 10 venerables and 2 level 3 array grandmasters. However, they were all killed in the Sky Corpse mountain range. What was more serious was that the 9th prince's meridians were broken and his martial arts were crippled. Moreover, what outsiders didn't know was that the half-step Exalt Realm expert of the Azure Dragon Empire that guarded Black City had perished because of this, and his corpse was obliterated. This was tantamount to touching the Azure Dragon Empire's reverse scale. The Emperor of the Azure Dragon Empire, Honorable Yuan Guang, was furious. He personally led 2 1-star venerables, dozens of venerables, and close to 1,000 perfected persons to the Sky Corpse mountain range to capture the murderer. However, Honorable Yuan Guang and his people did not catch the murderer. It was as if the murderer had evaporated into thin air and disappeared without a trace. According to the witnesses, the murderer's name was unknown. He was a young man with a sallow face, a level 3 astral realm cultivation, and a level 3 array grandmaster. He had a red flame set, a supreme grade flying spiritual weapon, and a supreme grade spiritual bow with 7 gems. The experts of the Blue Dragon Empire used this as a clue to search the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. They even sent teams to guard the main entrances and exits of the mountain range, but they still couldn't find the whereabouts of the yellow-faced young man. His face was sallow, like a sickly invalid. With such obvious characteristics, it should be easy to find him, but there was no news at all. Moreover, the tracking experts of the Azure Dragon Empire had been tracking the murderer's aura the entire time. After tracking for a period of time, they had completely lost the trail. No matter how powerful the tracking experts were, they still couldn't find any traces of the murderer. Since the murderer dared to kill, it was obvious that he had something to rely on and wasn't afraid of being tracked down by the experts of the Blue Dragon Empire. The Blue Dragon Empire's martial artists deduced that the murderer's face was most likely a fake. The real person's chi and blood were abundant. In 1,000 people, it was rare for one to appear sickly. A sickly person with a sallow complexion, although the characteristics were obvious, if it was a fake face, no matter how they investigated, they would not be able to find out. One's appearance could be faked, but one's cultivation during battle could not be faked. One's attainments informations could not be faked either. Therefore, the Blue Dragon Empire expanded the scope of their investigation. All the 3-star venerables in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range were listed as targets. Because of this, most of the witnesses of this incident were found by the Blue Dragon Empire. Even the Blue Feather Empire's team was no exception. Among the Blue Feather Empire's team, only Yu Qinggan knew Yi Xing's identity. Of course, he wouldn't reveal it. The Blue Dragon Empire's experts simply didn't ask anything. The Blue Feather Empire's crown prince being controlled by the Blue Dragon Empire's experts was also a big matter for the Blue Feather Empire. The Blue Feather Empire's venerable Qin Yu personally rushed to the Heavenly Corpse mountain range and took away the Blue Feather Empire's martial artists. The only useful information the Blue Dragon Empire obtained was that the murderer had obtained a large amount of treasures and corpse jades in the Red Flame Venerable's burial ground. Thinking that the murderer might take the risk to absorb the corpse jades and break through, the Blue Dragon Empire expanded the scope of their investigation. Not only the 3-star venerables, but the 4-star venerables were also listed as targets. For a time, the people in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range were in a state of panic, especially the 3-star and 4-star venerables. Many of them were treated as suspects and arrested by the Blue Dragon Empire's experts. Although many were released, there were also those who died unjustly. After a month of investigation, the murderer was still nowhere to be found. There was no news at all. If there was any news of the murderer, the Blue Dragon Empire would definitely pursue it. However, there was no news at all. The Blue Dragon Empire naturally couldn't waste a large number of their experts in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, so they could only give up. Venerable Yuan Guang led the majority of the experts back to the Blue Dragon Empire's capital, leaving behind a small number of people to continue the search in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Yi Xing's top-grade spirit-grade falling star art had broken through to the 4th stage. He had already been hiding in the underground cave for a month and a half. So much time has passed, the Blue Dragon Empire should have already given up. Even if they continue to investigate, there won't be too many people. Counting the days, it's already October. The Yin Qi in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range is gradually increasing. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Heavenly Corpse mountain range will be sealed and become a forbidden area. The array, the Scarlet Flame set, and the Big Dipper bow will all expose my identity. If I encounter any danger in the future, I'll have to rely on my own strength to deal with it. I have to seize the time to break through to the 5th stage of the astral realm and then leave the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Yi Xing thought to himself. He was now a 4-star enlightened master, but his astral energy wasn't inferior to a 6-star enlightened master. The corpse jade he needed for cultivation was the same as a 6-star enlightened master's corpse jade. Yixing had a total of 3 10th grade spiritual corpse jades. For an ordinary 6-star enlightened master, 2 10th grade spiritual corpse jades would be enough for a breakthrough. However, Yixing needed more, so 3 pieces would be enough. Yixing circulated the top-grade spirit-grade falling star art and activated the black hole stellar vortex, absorbing the star energy in the corpse jades at a rapid speed. In 2 days, Yixing would absorb 1 piece, and his cultivation would increase by 1,000 miles every day. 6 days later, Yixing finished absorbing the 3 10th grade spiritual corpse jades. His cultivation in the 4th stage of the astral realm had reached its limit. The astral energy in his body was vigorous and surging. Yixing controlled the astral energy and madly attacked the barrier of the 5th stage of the astral realm. The breakthrough from the 4th stage of the astral realm to the 5th stage wasn't as difficult as the breakthrough from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. Yixing had accumulated enough astral energy in his body, so it didn't take long for him to break through the barrier of the 5th stage of the astral realm. The astral energy in Yixing's body had a qualitative improvement again, and the connection between his meridians and stellar vortex was smoother. Yixing successfully broke through to the 5th stage of the enlightened master. At the end of last year, he broke through to the astral realm at the Young Hero Assembly and became a 1-star enlightened master. At that time, his goal was to break through to the 4th stage of the enlightened master in a year. Now that he was a 5-star enlightened master, he exceeded his goal. Chapter 465. There are still 3 more updates tonight. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. From the 3rd stage of the astral star realm to the 4th stage, and from the 4th stage to the 5th stage, my cultivation was forcefully broken through using corpse jades. I haven't had the time to familiarize myself with these 2 realms, so my foundation isn't stable. If I want to build the pagoda higher, every brick has to be sturdy. I can't leave behind any hidden dangers. My cultivation rose too quickly previously, so I have to stay at the 5th stage of the astral star realm for a while to consolidate my foundation. The best way to consolidate one's foundation is to fight. Only by experiencing a life or death battle can a martial artist accurately understand themselves and solidify their foundation as quickly as possible. The East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament will be filled with experts. This will be my stage. The other junior geniuses can be used to practice and consolidate my foundation. After Yixing broke through to the 5th stage of the Tao Master, he made a decision. In another 2 months, it would be the end of the year, and the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius competition would be held. After Yixing left, it wouldn't be long before he set off to participate in the competition among the junior geniuses of the entire East Divine Continent's 108 domains. Yixing removed the array and discovered that the Yin Qi in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was extremely dense. It was even more dense than the Yin Qi in the depths of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range during the spring and autumn seasons. At this moment, the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was the world of Corpse Tao warriors. Most of the other warriors had already left the Azure Cloud mountain range. When Yixing entered the cave, he didn't encounter any Corpse Tao warriors. However, when he left, he encountered one. The Corpse Tao warrior was at the 4th stage of the astral star realm, but he was easily killed by Yixing. After leaving the underground cave, a pair of flaming wings appeared behind Yixing. It was the Fire Cloud Sect Master's high-grade flying spiritual artifact. Although the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was filled with Yin Qi, causing warriors to retreat, it wasn't the time when the Yin Qi was at its densest. Yixing was worried that there would be experts from the Azure Dragon Empire searching the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Naturally, he couldn't use the Azure Cloud wings or the Black Feather wings. Thankfully, Yixing's worries were unnecessary. He didn't encounter any Azure Dragon Empire warriors until he left the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. After entering the True Xian domain, Yixing went straight to the boundless mountain range, the territory of the demonic beasts in the northern part of the True Xian domain. The boundless mountain range was the largest mountain range in the True Xian domain. It was much larger than the Green Cloud mountain range. The demonic beasts in the boundless mountain range were much more powerful. There were even Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. Yixing found a peak mid-rank 3 demonic bird in the boundless mountain range, lightning golden feather eagle. With Yixing's eyes of green cloud, controlling a mid-rank 3 demonic bird was not a problem. After a mental battle, the lightning golden feathered eagle became Yixing's mount. The wings of flame belonged to the fire cloud sect master. Even in the true mystic region, Yixing did not dare to use it openly. It was best to use the fey bird as a means of transportation. Furthermore, Yixing would have an easier time with the demon bird as a means of transportation. He could use the time to cultivate. Ever since he learned the eyes of green cloud, the greatest benefit was that as long as there were demonic beasts, he wouldn't have to worry about not having a mount. This was especially useful when traveling long distances. The lightning golden feathered eagle was one of the fastest rank 3 demonic birds. It was faster than many high rank 3 demonic birds. It wasn't any slower than Yixing flying at full speed with a supreme grade flying spirit tool. In just a few days, Yixing returned from the northern part of the True Xian domain to the Falling Star sect in the Azure Cloud region. With Wu Yu presiding over everything was as usual. When Yixing returned, he met with his master, Hua Tianfeng, Elder Gu Tianshang, junior sister Lin Tongyu and Wu Yu. Yixing left with Yang Gang in the 4th month and headed to the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. It was now October and they had only returned after half a year. These people had been worried about Yixing's safety. Seeing Yixing return safely, they were all delighted. Falling Star Palace, Sect Master's residence. Wu Yu sat in front of Yixing and said, "Yixing, how could you stay in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range alone for such a long time? It was too risky. I heard that something big happened in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, but there was no news of you. As your guardian, I was worried sick." Yixing smiled and said, "It was safer for me to be alone. I stayed in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range for a long time, but I also gained a lot." While speaking, Yixing circulated his astral energy and released his cultivation. Wu Yu was shocked. He stood up and said in shock, "A rank 5 enlightened master, you have reached the 5th level of the astral realm?" At the end of last year, he had broken through the astral realm and became a 1-star enlightened master. This year, Yixing had become a rank 5 enlightened master in less than 10 months. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Yixing stood up and asked Wu Yu to sit down. He said, "I got some good fortune in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, so my cultivation improved a little faster than expected." Wu Yu was stunned. He thought, it's not just a little faster, it's godly speed, okay? Wu Yu sighed, no wonder the Venerable Master values you so much. You are indeed not someone the other geniuses of the younger generation can compare to. Last year, Mu Xiaoyue was still able to compete with you, but now, he is far from you. Yixing smiled faintly. He didn't know if Mu Xiaoyue had broken through to the 3rd level of the astral realm. Compared to him, they were not on the same level. Yixing said, "My goal is to be the champion of the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses competition. Only the young geniuses of the 3 high-rank empires are my opponents." Wu Yu's eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Even the Qingyu Empire and the Blue Dragon Empire are not ranked in the East Divine Continent. They are at the bottom of the 2-star forces. If you take first place in the large competition, you will really bring honor to the True Xian region. You will definitely be able to shake the East Divine Continent in one fell swoop." After a pause, Wu Yu continued, "In the East Divine Continent, your background is much worse than the other young geniuses. If you take first place, it will be even more shocking. Your name will definitely spread throughout the world. Not just the East Divine Continent, I'm afraid the other 4 continents of the star continent will spread your deeds. Although the number 1 in the East Divine Continent can't be compared to the monstrous geniuses of the Middle Sky Continent, you can still be called a heaven's pride. No wonder Wu Yu was so excited. Compared to the East Divine Continent, the True Xian region was a small place. Even the number 1 in the True Xian region, Master Yonggu, who was first on the Earth Profound ranking, was just a nobody in the East Divine Continent. No one in the True Xian region could be famous in the East Divine Continent. If Yixing took first place in the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses competition, not only would his name spread throughout the East Divine Continent, but it would also spread throughout the world. If the entire star continent were to spread someone's deeds, what kind of glory would that be? Most of the cultivators in the world pursued fame and fortune. Wu Yu was no exception. Even if the famous person was Yixing, as Yixing's Tao protector, he was also excited. Spread throughout the world? Yixing silently muttered in his heart. His goal was to reach the peak of the martial Tao in the star continent. Right now, he was still very far away from this goal. However, he would soon reach the stage of the star continent. Chapter 466. From Wu Yu, Yixing found out that the True Xian region's team participating in the East Divine Continent's Genius Tournament was led by Tiangang Sect's Grand Supreme Elder, Yonggu. The other 8 high sects would each send an exalted elder, because the top 10 in the True Xian region were all disciples of the 9 high sections. Although the younger generation of the True Xian region wasn't outstanding in the entire East Divine Continent, and they might be eliminated in the first round, the 9 sect alliances placed great importance on this competition. The further one's heart was, the further one could go. The elders of the 9 high sects didn't expect the younger generation to get a good ranking in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius competition. They just wanted them to see the geniuses of this era and broaden their horizons. They wanted them to know that their achievements were nothing in the eyes of the True Xian region. Only by making them feel pressured would they have the motivation to move forward. The East Divine Continent Junior Genius competition would be held at the end of the year. The team from the True Xian domain would set off a month in advance. They would depart on the 1st of December and head for the Qingyu Empire. They would borrow the teleportation array in the Qingyu Empire and be transported to the border of the Qingyu Empire. After which, they would continue their journey to another empire, the Sky Wolf Empire. The Sky Wolf Empire was a middle-rank empire and possessed an even stronger teleportation array. It was now the end of the 10th lunar month, and there was still a little more than a month to the first day of the 12th lunar month. Yixing could still stay in the Falling Star sect for about a month. In this month, Yixing had many things to do. First, cultivate the Flaming Dipper Fist and the Sun Flaming Spear art. Second, head to the Dark Canyon to comprehend the force of darkness. Third, settle the grudge with the Sun Moon sect. The second day after Yixing arrived at he sent a messenger to the Sun Moon sect. The Sun Moon sect had 10 days to disband, and the grudge between the Sun Moon sect and the Falling Star sect would be written off. Otherwise, on the 10th day of the 11th lunar month, I will personally visit the Sun Moon sect and take the head of the Sun Moon sect master In Wudao. Sun Moon sect. After receiving Yixing's message, the Sun Moon sect master In Wudao flew into a rage. Our Sun Moon sect has existed for more than 1,000 years, and we're growing stronger day by day. This little bastard wants our Sun Moon sect to disband with just a few words? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In Wudao clenched his fists and roared. He was very agitated. If he had known that Yixing's potential was so terrifying, In Wudao would never have supported the Dongfu sect's plan to exterminate, nor would he have accepted the Falling Star sect's disciples from the Dongfu sect, nor would he have sold the Falling Star sect's disciples as slaves to the Nine Heaven City. However, it was impossible to turn back time. Now, the Sun Moon sect and the Fallen Star sect were already on opposite sides. The hatred between them was deep. When In Wudao thought about the speed at which Yixing had risen, he felt a chill run down his spine. He still did not know that Yixing was already a 5-star sage. If he knew that Yixing had broken through 5 realms consecutively within a year, from a 9-star martial sage to a 5-star sage, Yin Wudao would definitely have calmly considered Yixing's suggestion. The reason why Yin Wudao was so agitated was that he did not place enough importance on Yixing. He felt that Yixing's actions were a humiliation to the Sun Moon sect. Our Sun Moon sect cannot be compared to the Dong Fu sect. He just broke through to the star realm at the end of last year, and now he dares to threaten the Sun Moon sect to take my life. How arrogant! How reckless! Yin Wudao slammed the table in front of him, smashing it into pieces. It was still not enough to vent his anger. Report. Sect Master. The Grand Elder has returned to the sect. While Yin Wudao was raging, a half-step sage ran in from outside and knelt down to report. The Grand Elder of the Sun Moon sect, Yin Hongdan, was the only 6-star sage in the Sun Moon sect. After passing the position of sect master to Yin Wudao, she often traveled outside and rarely stayed in the sect. It had been 5 years since he returned from his recent trip. Without Yin Hongdan, the Sun Moon sect did not encounter any difficulties. Yin Wudao naturally managed the sect well. However, ever since he became enemies with Yixing and Yixing's rise in the young hero competition, Yin Wudao was restless. He did not know what to do about the future. The Falling Star sect headmaster Wu Yu of the Tian Gang sect, Yin Wudao didn't dare to act rashly. Furthermore, it wasn't as if the Sun Moon sect hadn't taken any measures against Yixing. The Great Elder, Yangba, had tried to assassinate Yixing, but in the end, Yangba had died and Yixing was safe and sound. He could not get rid of Yixing. If he did not get rid of Yixing, he would be closer to death with every passing day. Yin Wudao's days were like years. Now that he heard that the Grand Elder had returned, Yin Wudao was overjoyed. He said, "Gather all the elders and welcome the Grand Elder." In the past, Yin Wudao could not wait for Yin Hongdan to wander outside for a longer time. Without anyone above him, he could manage the Sun Moon sect as he wished. But now, Yin Wudao was at a loss. When he heard that the Grand Elder had returned, it was as if he had found his backbone. Soon, all the elders of the Sun Moon sect gathered. Yin Wudao brought the elders to the Sun Moon sect's mountain gate to wait for Yin Hongdan's return. Not long after, a mid-rank 3 demonic bird appeared in the sky and flew towards the Sun Moon sect. Behind the demonic bird stood 2 martial artists. One of them had white hair and looked to be an old man in his 60s. The other was dressed in black and had black hair. He was tall and had a scar on his face. He looked to be in his 40s and exuded a murderous aura. Including Yin Wudao, all the elders of the Sun Moon sect were surprised. The Grand Elder did not return alone. Who was the middle-aged man in black beside him? "Welcome back to the sect, Grand Elder." When the demonic bird arrived above the mountain gate, Yin Wudao and the rest shouted in unison. On the back of the demonic bird, the middle-aged man in black said, "Brother Hongdan, your sect is really respectful to a Grand Elder like you." Yin Hongdan smiled, but he was surprised. In the past, Yin Wudao would appear to welcome him when he returned, but it had never been so grand. It seemed that the Sun Moon sect was in trouble. Sure enough, when the demonic bird landed, Yin Wudao anxiously said, "Grand Elder, you have returned. If you did not return, the Sun Moon sect would be gone." Yin Hongdan was shocked and said, "The Sun Moon sect is gone? What happened?" Yin Wudao immediately told him about the grudge between the Sun Moon sect and the Falling Star sect. He then told him about Yixing's warning. Yin Hongdan might be old, but he was not a peaceful person. Otherwise, he would not have wandered outside so often. After listening to Yin Wudao, Yin Hongdan raised his eyebrows and said, "What a young lad. I left for 5 years and there is actually such a person in the Green Cloud region. However, if he dares to stand on top of my Sun Moon sect, he is simply courting death." After saying that, Yin Hongdan introduced the middle-aged man in black to Yin Wudao and the rest. This is a good friend I made when I was traveling in the Blue Dragon Empire. He is an expert of the Blue Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan, Spiritual Master Longhong. Although Spiritual Master Longhong is a 6-star Spiritual Master, his battle strength is heaven-defying and can be compared to Venerable 7 stars. 10 days later, if that lad dares to come to the Sun Moon sect, I will definitely make him bleed. Chapter 467. The eyes of Yin Wudao and all the elders of the Sun Moon sect lit up. Azure Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan, what kind of noble status was that? Everyone's eyes were filled with respect. Longhong was at the 6th level of the astral realm. He didn't have a high status in the Azure Dragon Empire as he belonged to a branch of the Imperial Dragon Clan. However, even if he didn't have a high status in the Azure Dragon Empire, the Imperial Dragon Clan's status was still higher than the elders of the Sun Moon sect. Especially Longhong's strength, which was far superior to his peers. He could even fight against the Venerable 7 stars. Cultivators respected the strong, and the elders of the Sun Moon sect admired Longhong even more. A sliver of arrogance appeared on Longhong's face. He nodded at the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect and said, "He's just a junior disciple of an inferior 1-star sect. Even if he's a genius, how much of a genius can he be? Is there a need to wait for him to kill his way here?" Yin Wudao said, "Spiritual Master Longhong, you don't know that Yi Xing has the backing of the Heavenly Dipper sect. The Heavenly Dipper sect is one of the strongest forces in the region. Our sect can't afford to offend them. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dipper sect has an 8 stars venerable guarding the Falling Star sect. Our sect can't do anything to Yi Xing in the Falling Star sect." Seeing that the Falling Star sect had an 8 stars venerable guarding it, Longhong didn't mention killing Yi Xing directly. He changed the topic and said, "Then let's wait for him to come to the Sun Moon sect. The 8 stars venerable won't come with him, right?" Yin Wudao thought for a while and said, "Venerable Wu, you probably won't interfere with the battle between Yi Xing and our sect. However, we can't rule out the possibility that he will save Yi Xing if he sees that he's in danger. The Heavenly Dipper sect is one of the strongest forces in the region. If Venerable Wu Yu wants us to let him go, we won't dare to disobey." Longhong chuckled and said, "You guys are afraid of the Heavenly Dipper sect, but I'm not. Brother Hongdan and I are friends. Leave the Sun Moon sect's problems to me. If that kid dares to come, I'll kill him. No one can stop me." Yi Xing practiced Flaming Dipper Fist and Sunfire Spear art every day. His attainments in the Grand Force of Fire were extremely high. Moreover, his mental power had reached the 5th layer. Cultivating these 2 types of martial arts allowed his attainments to rise very quickly, advancing at a tremendous pace. In less than 10 days, Yi Xing's Flaming Dipper Fist and Sunfire Spear art had both reached perfection. As for whether he could break through to the transcendent state, he would need more practice or insight. On this day, Yi Xing knocked on Hua Tianfeng's door. "Master." "Yi Xing, come in and talk." Hua Tianfeng opened the door and led Yi Xing into the room. Sitting down, Yi Xing raised his hand and took out 3 7th-grade spirit-grade corpse jades, handing them over to Hua Tianfeng. Yi Liang said, "Master, these are corpse jades from the Sky Corpse mountain range. They contain the purest star energy. Perhaps they can help you break through to the astral realm." On the road of martial arts, the star tempering realm was the foundation, the star vortex realm was the beginning, and the astral realm was the true beginning. Only by reaching the astral realm would a martial artist's lifespan increase. It was hard for a martial saint to live 100 years, but Daoist had a lifespan of 200 years. Every great realm of martial arts would increase a martial artist's lifespan. Astral Reaching Realm Venerable had a lifespan of 300 years. Astral Ocean Realm King had a lifespan of 1,000 years. In the Star Continent, only by becoming a king could one be considered to have stepped onto the peak of martial arts. One could live for 1,000 years without dying. Compared to the Venerable's 300 years, it was a huge leap. Therefore, if one didn't become a king, in the Star Continent, one would only be a supporting role. A king's life would be filled with countless supporting roles, generation after generation. For the majority of martial artists, king was too far away, and venerable was too vague. They were both goals that couldn't be begged for. Only astral realm Taoist could prolong one's lifespan, but it wasn't that difficult. This was the goal of the majority of martial artists. Taoist could live for 200 years after becoming a Taoist, which was the lifespan of 2 lifetimes. Who would want to live for 2 lifetimes? At first, Hua Tianfeng didn't know about corpse jades. However, when Yixing and Yang Gang went to the Sky Corpse mountain range, Master Wu Yu had explained to him the effects of the corpse jades. Therefore, Hua Tianfeng understood. Hua Tianfeng held the corpse jades, his mood surging. He used to be a cripple, but now, his legs had been healed. Moreover, he had the hope of breaking through to the astral realm. This kind of life change was indeed lamentable. And the reason for all this was because he had accepted Yixing as his disciple 2 years ago. A single decision had changed his life. Hua Tianfeng's gratitude towards Yixing couldn't be expressed with words. He said, "I will definitely break through to the astral realm." The only thing he could do was to not let Yixing down and not waste these 3 corpse jades. Yixing smiled and said, "Master, breaking through to the astral realm is a late bloomer. It will definitely open a new golden period for you to continue on the path of martial arts. I have already refined the death qi in the corpse jades. Master can directly absorb the star energy within them." Hua Tianfeng was surprised. He knew that the death qi in the corpse jades couldn't be removed. Martial artists had to absorb the corpse jades slowly. After absorbing one piece, they had to stop for a period of time. Only after the life force in their body had assimilated the death qi could they continue to cultivate the second piece. Even a high-level astral realm Taoist couldn't refine the death qi in the corpse jades. However, the corpse jades that Yixing gave him had already refined the death qi. What a strange realm. Hua Tianfeng knew that this was Yixing's special method that couldn't be spread. Hua Tianfeng sighed and said, "A late bloomer is a late bloomer. Opening a new golden period isn't just talk. It requires great enlightenment. It's already good that I can break through to the astral realm with these corpse jades. Elder Gu did it. You have to go out and train often. In the future, Elder Gu will have to take care of the Falling Star sect." Yixing nodded. When Gu Tianshang's cultivation reached the 3rd stage of the astral realm, he would pass the position of Falling Star sect master to Gu Tianshang. Yixing changed the topic and said, "The deadline I gave to the Sun Moon sect is up. There is no news of the Sun Moon sect disbanding. Tomorrow, I will set off to the Sun Moon sect to wash away the shame of the sect. After that, I will train in the Azure Cloud Mountain for a short period of time. When I return, Master should be a astral realm Taoist." Hua Tianfeng knew that Yixing was now a 5 astral Taoist. He was very powerful and could challenge those above his level. Therefore, he wasn't worried about Yixing's trip to the Sun Moon sect. Hua Tianfeng said, "Master will wait for your triumphant return." After leaving Hua Tianfeng's residence, Yixing went to Gu Tianshang and Lin Tongyu's residence. He gave Gu Tianshang 4 spirit-grade corpse jades and 2 spirit-grade corpse jades. Gu Tianshang was a late bloomer. He had opened a new golden period. With these corpse jades, it was very possible for him to become a 4 astral Taoist in the future. As for Lin Tongyu, Yixing gave her a spirit-grade mid-grade corpse jade. Chapter 46. Although Yixing had a large amount of low and mid-spirit level corpse jades, Yixing didn't plan to take them out for the time being. Hua Tianfeng, Gu Tianshang, and Lin Tongyu were all people that Yixing trusted. Of course, he could give them the corpse jades that had been refined with death qi. As for the other disciples of the Yixing, didn't trust all of them. Moreover, if he took out a large amount of corpse jades and allowed the disciples of the Falling Star sect to increase their cultivation rapidly, it would attract the attention of the Blue Dragon Empire. Normally, the Blue Dragon Empire wouldn't pay attention to a small area like the Azure Sky District in the True Xian region. However, a large amount of corpse jades was a clue to the murderer of the Blue Dragon Empire. Once the news spread, it would definitely attract the attention of the Blue Dragon Empire. Only when he had enough strength would Yixing take out all the corpse jades. At that time, even if the Blue Dragon Empire found out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Yixing. The next day, Yixing left the Falling Star sect on the Lightning Golden Feather Eagle. The Lightning Golden Feather Eagle was extremely fast. The Falling Star sect was 70 to 80,000 miles away from the Sun Moon sect, but it arrived in less than half a day. Today was the 10th of the 11th month, the day that Yixing said he would kill his way into the Sun Moon sect. The Sun Moon sect was heavily guarded. Yixing appeared in sight on the Lightning Golden Feather Eagle. The Sun Moon sect was already prepared. A large number of enlightened masters flew out from the main peak of the sect. Seeing that the Sun Moon sect was still unprovoked, Yixing's eyes narrowed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. It seemed that if he didn't use ruthless methods today, the Sun Moon sect wouldn't know how serious the situation was. Yixing's warning wasn't a joke. The Lightning Golden Feather Eagle stopped outside the Sun Moon sect's mountain gate. The Sun Moon sect's cultivators were all inside the array. Yixing's gaze swept past them one by one and landed on Yin Hongdan and Long Hong. These two people were both 6 stars venerable masters, and according to Yixing's knowledge, the Sun Moon sect only had one supreme elder at the 6th stage of the astral realm, and he was always wandering outside. From the looks of it, the supreme elder of the Sun Moon sect had already returned to the sect, and had even brought some helpers with him. However, regardless of whether it was the supreme elder of the Sun Moon sect or the helpers that he had brought, Yixing did not care about them at all. With Yixing's current strength and his perfect upper spiritual martial force, a 6 stars enlightened master was nothing before him. Unless, of course, he was a genius of the younger generation who could fight above his level. Yixing stood on the back of the Lightning Golden Feather Eagle and shouted, "Today, the Sun Moon sect must be destroyed, and Yin Wudao must die. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed without mercy." The Sun Moon sect's cultivators were all stunned. Yixing's astral meridians locked star veins made them unable to tell that Yixing's cultivation was already at the 5 stars enlightened master level. They were very puzzled that Yixing dared to attack the Sun Moon sect alone. From their point of view, Yixing alone could not be compared to the Sun Moon sect's cultivators. Their fear of Yixing was more due to the Heavenly Dipper sect and Wuyu. However, Wuyu did not appear. Today, only Yixing had come alone. This was simply walking into a trap and seeking his own death. A person who was seeking his own death dared to speak so arrogantly. The Sun Moon sect's cultivators could not understand what Yixing was relying on. Even if Wuyu did not appear, Yin Wudao was still very afraid of the Heavenly Dipper sect. Even if Long Hong was from the Dragon Royal family of the Tsang Dragon Empire, he could not always stay in the Sun Moon sect. Therefore, the Sun Moon sect still had to respect the Heavenly Dipper sect. Yin Wudao stepped forward and said, "Yixing, don't go too far. Your Falling Star sect has been rebuilt, and your disciples have been saved. Plus, you have killed many of my Sun Moon sect's enlightened masters and elders. What else do you want? You want to destroy my Sun Moon sect because of such a small matter? You have no right to do so." Yin Wudao's attitude was firm at first. Then, he changed the topic and continued, "You have killed many of my Sun Moon sect's enlightened masters and elders. My sect can also compensate your Falling Star sect's disciples for their suffering. From now on, all grudges are written off. Everyone will mind their own business. What do you think? Yin Wudao's words made Long Hong pucker his lips. He didn't put the Heavenly Dipper sect in his eyes. In his opinion, as long as he killed Yixing, the Sun-Moon sect's danger would be resolved. However, since the Sun-Moon sect had taken the initiative to ask for peace with Yixing, Long Hong would not say such words. Yin Wudao wanted to ask for peace with Yixing, but Yixing would not agree. There was a price to pay for everything. The Sun-Moon sect had participated in the destruction of the Falling Star sect. Yixing's report to them was that the Sun-Moon sect would be destroyed. The people could live, but the sect would be destroyed. The Falling Star sect's disciples were sold as slaves. This matter was related to the Sun-Moon sect's patriarch, Yin Wudao. However, the Falling Star sect's disciples were saved by Yixing. Furthermore, Yixing had already killed many of their enlightened masters and elders. If Yin Wudao had listened to Yixing's warning and disbanded the Sun-Moon sect, then Yixing would have let bygones be bygones. Even if the Sun-Moon sect moved out of the Qingyun region and established another sect in another region, Yixing would not have investigated and killed them. However, the Sun-Moon sect ignored Yixing's warning. Then, Yixing would take Yin Wudao's head today. There was no price for this. It was the same for the Sun-Moon sect's destruction. There was no price for this. Yixing's face turned cold, revealing a murderous aura. He said coldly, "The destruction of the Falling Star sect is a small matter in your eyes. However, in my eyes, this is an irreconcilable hatred." From the moment the Sun-Moon sect participated in the destruction of the Sun-Moon sect and the Falling Star sect are irreconcilable. There is the Sun-Moon sect, there is not here is no Sun-Moon sect. Yixing's cold eyes swept across the Sun-Moon sect's martial artists one by one, revealing a murderous intent. He continued, "I have already given the Sun-Moon sect a chance to disband, but you did not take it to heart. Since I am here today, the situation has changed. Everything else can be discussed, but there are two things that must be done. First, Yin Wudao, you must die. Second, the Sun-Moon sect must disappear." Yin Wudao roared, "Yixing, you have forced our sect into a dead end. There is no benefit for you. Even if you have the Heavenly Dipper sect as your backing, if you don't let me live, I won't let you live either." Yixing's eyes were calm. He said indifferently, "If it was before, you would have had the chance to die with me. But now, if I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't kill yourself, I will kill you. If the Sun-Moon sect doesn't disband, I will kill until it disbands." Yin Wudao was furious, his face twisted. Long Hong, who was beside him, laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha. This brat is crazy enough. I have said it before. Kill him and end everything. If you don't dare to kill him, I will." Chapter 469. Yin Wudao cupped his fists and bowed to Long Hong. "Thank you, spiritual master Long Hong." Yin Wudao would never disband the sect and commit suicide. However, they were afraid of the Big Dipper sect and did not dare to kill Yixing personally. At this time, it was naturally better for Long Hong to make a move. After that, the Big Dipper sect could only blame Long Hong and had nothing to do with the Sun-Moon sect. Long Hong chuckled and said, "It's just a small matter." As he spoke, Long Hong had already walked out of the Sun-Moon sect's array. Yixing sized up Long Hong and said, "Who are you?" "The person who will kill you," Long Hong said indifferently. He did not put Yixing in his eyes at all. How high could Yixing's cultivation be at such a young age? Moreover, Long Hong had already found out about Yixing last night. He knew that Yixing was the #1 junior in the True Xian region. At the end of last year, he broke through to the star realm and became a 1-star sage. Only 10 months had passed this year. Even if Yixing was a genius, it would be good if he could break through to the 2-star sage. At most, he could break through to the 3rd-star sage. Long Hong was a 6-star sage. Moreover, he was invincible in the same realm. He had the battle record of not losing to the 7-star sage. How could he put Yixing, the number 1 junior in the true Xian region, in his eyes? Long Hong said with a smile, "Kid, you are very arrogant. However, arrogant people usually die early. I heard that you are the number 1 junior genius in the true Xian region. TSK, your talent is indeed not bad. However, the more talented you are, the more fun it will be for me to kill you." Long Hong clenched his fist and took a deep breath. He revealed a very satisfied expression and continued, "You should have a very good future, but I just like to kill the future of geniuses." Satisfying. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he had already killed Yixing and was very intoxicated. Indeed, even though he hadn't killed Yixing yet, in his eyes, Yixing was already a dead man. Yixing looked deeply at Long Hong and said, "You're courting death." Long Hong sneered and said, "Brat, don't think that just because you've hugged the thigh of the Tiangang sect, you can show off and be arrogant and conceited. The Tiangang sect is only a little famous in the true Xian region. Outside of the true Xian region, it's nothing. I, Long Hong, don't care about the Tiangang sect. Die." The moment Long Hong's voice fell, he took the initiative to attacking Yixing. A high-grade spirit spear appeared in Long Hong's hand, and he thrust it towards Yixing. The astral spear shot out explosively, transforming into a flood dragon. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, its might shaking the heavens. In an instant, the sky changed color, the ground was blown up in all directions, and rocks were thrown into the air. As the spear shot out, the surroundings dimmed, leaving only the resplendent Jiao Dragon Spear Astral Qi, which was intimidating. Long Hong's top-grade spirit martial art, the Flood Dragon Spear Art, had already been cultivated to small success. Its might was comparable to a high-grade spirit martial art at perfection. As soon as he attacked, Long Hong displayed a combat strength that far surpassed those at the same step as him. The eyes of the Sun-Moon sect martial artists brightened. With Long Hong's formidable strength, he could definitely instantly kill Yixing. Even if Guru Wuyu was secretly protecting him, he still wouldn't be able to save him in time. Facing Long Hong's spear, Yixing's eyebrows shot up. He thought that this person's strength was indeed extraordinary. He had seen Guru 7 Stars attack before, but it wasn't anything special. The black dragon spear instantly appeared in his hand. Yixing's aura erupted, revealing his 5th-level astral realm cultivation. Facing Long Hong's attack, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he counterattacked with his spear. Sunflame Spear Art, Burn Annihilation. The surroundings suddenly became scorching hot. The black dragon spear thrust out, bringing with it a raging inferno, as if a sea of fire were pouring down. Although Yixing's Sunflame Spear Art was a high-grade spirit martial art, it had already been cultivated to perfection. Its might was no weaker than Long Hong's Flood Dragon Spear Art. Moreover, Yixing's cultivation method inheritance had reached the 4th level of the top-grade spirit-level Falling Star Art. He was no worse than Long Hong. But, when it came to comprehending the momentum of the world, Yixing's comprehension was on a higher level. Thus, Yixing's spear attack was only stronger than Long Hong's. Bang! The black dragon spear pierced straight through Long Hong's Flood Dragon Spear Astral Qi, causing layer after layer of it to collapse and disintegrate. Long Hong was startled. The Sun-Moon sect elders were also horrified. They looked at Yixing with disbelief. Yixing had actually reached the 5th level of the astral realm. At the end of last year, he had broken through to the astral realm. Now, only 10 months had passed and he was already a 5-star sage. This cultivation speed was simply divine. The Sun-Moon sect elders couldn't believe this was reality. Yixing had won first place at the Young Hero Assembly with his first level of the Astral Realm cultivation. He had the combat strength to defeat opponents 2 realms above him. Now that he was a 5-star sage, he was able to block Long Hong's attack. In the eyes of the Sun Moon sect elders, this was normal. But Long Hong felt this wasn't normal. He was well aware just how difficult it was to jump realms to challenge someone. He was able to fight a 7-star sage as a 6-star sage. That was already a 1 in a million existence. But Yixing was a 5-star sage and yet his spear was stronger than his. This was simply unacceptable. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Long Hong's eyebrows. It shot into the skies, turning into an incomparably resplendent mass of light. High-grade star form, North Star. The North Star form was a special star form. It was different from the others. It shined so brightly that one couldn't see the shape of a star, only a mass of light. Therefore, the North Star form was also known as the Aurora Borealis. It was the strongest star form among the high-grade star forms. Its power was almost comparable to that of an ordinary extreme-grade star form. Long Hong was able to fight a 7-star sage without losing because of his high attainments in martial arts. But the biggest reason was that the power of his star form was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Most supremacies had high-grade star forms. It was very rare to have a star form that had reached the peak of high-grade star forms. This was what Long Hong was most proud of. The North Star form was also a top star form even among the supremacies. Die, Flood Dragon traversing the 4 seas. Long Hong roared and waved his high-grade spirit spear. Instantly, 4 Flood Dragon spears shot out. They walked on the water and attacked Yixing at the same time. This move was one of the ultimate moves of the Flood Dragon spear technique. The 4-crossing Flood Dragon attack contained the power of a formation, and its power was multiplied. Moreover, the Aurora Borealis shined. Brilliant starlight fell down, causing these 4 Flood Dragons to shine with a dazzling light. They contained a terrifying power of stars, making them even more formidable. Long Hong had brought out his true ability. Yixing didn't hesitate either. He instantly used the Fire Star form. Yixing's Fire Star form was also at the peak of high-grade star forms. It was no weaker than the North Star form. Endless power of fire fell down, causing the power of Yixing's flames to rapidly rise. Kill! Yixing shouted out loud, his momentum overwhelming. The black dragon spear bloomed with a blazing sun-like light as it shot towards Long Hong. Sun Flame Spear Art, Chasing Sun. In this spear strike, Yixing displayed the power of his star form, the power of the world, the power of the stars, and his martial arts attainments to the limit. Its power was world-shocking, peerlessly powerful, shaking the heavens and earth, unstoppable. Chapter 470. Puff. 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 In a split second, the black dragon spear was like a blazing sun, piercing through the 4 Flood Dragon astral spears and smashing them to pieces. Yixing's fire potential had already neared large success. His attainments in the subtle realm were extremely high, and when combined with the highest level of Fire Star, the power wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. A terrifying fire potential swept out like an ocean. As the 4 Flood Dragon astral spears were smashed apart, Long Hong spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. Bang! Long Hong crashed 100 meters away. At this time, a light flashed and Yixing thrust out his spear like a meteor. Stop! Long Hong screamed out. Yin Wudao's eyes narrowed. He hoped that Yixing's spear wouldn't stop, but would directly pierce through and take Long Hong's life. If so, the Blue Dragon Empire would definitely send people to investigate the cause of Long Hong's death. Yixing had provoked the Blue Dragon Empire and would undoubtedly die. Yin Wudao's hopes didn't come true. The black dragon spear's spear point stopped at Long Hong's throat. Yixing's eyes flashed like lightning. He stared at Long Hong and said, "Do you have any last words?" Long Hong coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face revealed a ferocious expression. I am from the Blue Dragon Empire's royal dragon family. Do you know what the Blue Dragon Empire is? It is a 2-star influence and you dare to injure me? Do you want to die? Yixing's eyebrows shot up. His eyes flashed with killing intent. This person was actually from the Blue Dragon Empire's royal dragon family. Towards the Blue Dragon Empire and the royal dragon family, Yixing loathed them to the extreme. However, Yixing remained calm and suppressed his killing intent. He couldn't kill this Long Hong. Once he died, the Blue Dragon Empire would send people to investigate. Yixing didn't want the Blue Dragon Empire's attention to the Clear Sky region. I'll spare his life. Even if he wants to retaliate, he will only invite his friends. He is only a 6-star true master, how strong can his friends be? If he dies, the Blue Dragon Empire will likely send out extremely strong masters to investigate. Yixing put away the black dragon spear and said, "Scram." Long Hong crawled up and ate a healing elixir. His complexion immediately improved, and his expression hardened as he shouted, "Brat, you know I'm from the Blue Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan, yet you still dare to be so arrogant, Boom! A scorching aura rushed over, and Yixing suddenly struck out with his spear. The spear aura was like a scorching sun as it flew through the sky. Long Hong immediately let out a miserable shriek as his body was sent flying several hundred meters away. There was an additional bloody hole on his body. Yixing said coldly, "I'll give you a second chance, Scram. If I still see you within 10 breaths of time, you can go down to the underworld and brag to the ghosts about your identity as a member of the Azure Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan." Long Hong fell to the ground and coughed up a great mouthful of blood. His entire body was cold. He thought that once he revealed his identity, Yixing would apologize to him and beg for mercy. But how could he have imagined that Yixing would disregard his status and attack him so ruthlessly? How could Long Hong not understand that his status as a member of the Azure Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan couldn't scare Yixing? If he continued to pester him, Yixing would definitely kill him. Thinking of death, Long Hong's heart was filled with fear. He quickly ran for his life. At this time, how could he still care about the Sun Moon sect? "Don't let me see you a second time." Yixing's voice sounded out from behind, causing Long Hong's heart to turn cold. Long Hong rapidly ran away, soon disappearing from sight. Yixing's eyes fell upon the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect. The same person, the same gaze, but at this time, the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect felt completely different. As Yixing's eyes swept over them, their hearts trembled, as if a sharp blade had cut across their bodies. They were already filled with fear towards Yixing. When Yixing's eyes fell on Yin Wudao's eyes finally revealed a look of fear. He shouted, "What compensation do you want? Our sect will compensate you. I can also disband the Sun Moon sect. I can agree to anything you want." Yixing's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, "It's too late to say this now." As his voice fell, Yixing's aura suddenly erupted. The fire star aspect bloomed, and endless starlight fell. The power of the fire star aspect was extremely strong. Whoosh, Yixing used incinerate. With a thrust of his spear, endless flames surged out like a sea of fire. Yixing didn't waste time. He directly broke through the array. His eyes swept over the array. He had already observed the array of the Sun Moon sect clearly. Naturally, he knew where the weak points of the array were. The Sun Moon sect was a mid-grade 1-star sect that had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. The sect's array was formed by countless level 3 minor success array. One layer after another, it was continuous. If external enemies attacked, a mid-grade perfected one wouldn't be able to shake it. Even Venerable 7-star would find it difficult to break through the array if he didn't understand it. However, as soon as Yi Xing made his move, the array formations collapsed layer by layer wherever the spear light touched. The level 3 array formations at the initial success stage lost their might like they were made of tofu. The martial artists of the Sun Moon sect were shocked. Yin Wudao's face was pale. Without Long Hong, the sect's array was his only hope. However, it seemed that the sect's array couldn't stop Yi Xing. There was only one reason why Yi Xing could break the array so quickly. He clearly understood the structure of the Sun Moon sect's array. He clearly knew the flaws of the array. The martial artists of the Sun Moon sect couldn't understand. How could Yi Xing understand the structure of the Sun Moon sect's array? The array masters of the Sun Moon sect were stunned when they saw Yi Xing attack and the array collapse. Yin Wudao was the first to react. He shouted to the array masters, "Quick, activate all the arrays and kill this brat. Kill him." The Sun Moon sect had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. How many arrays did they leave behind? Even if Yi Xing's speed was fast, he wouldn't be able to break through them in a short time. There were still many arrays in the sect. If they were activated, their power would still be shocking. The array masters reacted. They were about to activate the arrays when they were stopped by Yin Hongdan. Yin Hongdan said, "Activate the arrays. Don't block it." Yin Wudao was shocked. He said in shock, "Grand Elder, what did you say?" Yin Hongdan's face turned green. She shouted, "It's all because of you that our sect ended up like this. Our 1,000 years of foundation was destroyed by your hands. Kill yourself." As she spoke, Yin Hongdan looked at the formation elders. "Open the formation." Yin Hongdan's prestige was obviously higher than Yin Wudao's. The array masters all moved to activate the arrays to prevent them from being destroyed by Yi Xing. "No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Seeing that the sect's array had been opened, Yin Wudao's emotions were on the verge of insanity. He shouted loudly as he rushed into the sky, trying to escape. "Die!" Yin Hongdan rushed into the sky and caught up with Yin Wudao in the blink of an eye. Her palm landed on Yin Wudao's head. Yin Wudao's head was directly smashed into his chest by Yin Hongdan. He died instantly and fell from the sky. In the Green Cloud region, Yin Wudao was considered a hero. But he died like this. Second update. There is a third and fourth update tonight. Please vote for me. Chapter 471. The Sun Moon sect's formation had been activated. Yi Xing stopped attacking after witnessing Yin Wudao's death. Yin Hongtong threw Yin Wudao's corpse over and said, "Young Master Yi, Yin Wudao is dead. Please give the Sun Moon sect a way out." Yi Xing said indifferently, "From today onwards, the Sun Moon sect will no longer exist in the Azure Cloud region. I'll give you 10 days. After 10 days, if there are still people from the Sun Moon sect, kill them without mercy." Yi Xing waved his hand and a ball of fire enveloped Yin Wudao's corpse, burning it to ashes. Then, Yi Xing jumped on the lightning golden-feathered eagle and soared into the sky, disappearing quickly. The Sun Moon sect's cultivators who participated in the Falling Star sect's destruction, the Falling Star sect's disciples as slaves, and the Sun Moon sect's patriarch were all dead. Yi Xing didn't want to kill anymore. As long as the Sun Moon sect disappeared from the Azure Cloud region, he could forget about this grudge. Seeing Yi Xing's figure disappear into the horizon, the Sun Moon sect's patriarchs gathered in front of Yin Hongdan, waiting for her to make a decision. Yin Hongdan looked around at the mountains and rivers of the Sun Moon sect and said, "Disciples of the Star-Tempering Realm, disperse and return home. Sect members of the Star Vortex Realm and above, leave if you're willing. The rest, follow me and leave the Azure Cloud region to find another sect." Yixing left the Sun-Moon sect and headed towards the Azure Cloud Mountain range. In 10 days, he would depart for the Nine Heavens city. During this time, he would go to the Dark Valley to comprehend the Dark Force. He would strive to deepen his understanding of the Dark Force. The lightning golden-feathered eagle was extremely fast, like a ray of light, streaking across the sky. Yixing sat cross-legged on the back of the golden-feathered eagle, circulating the spirit-level extreme-grade falling star incantation to increase his attainment. With his current true strength, he could raise the falling star incantation to the 5th level at most. Not long after leaving the Sun-Moon sect, Yixing's expression suddenly changed and he stopped cultivating. His mental power had reached the 5th level. In terms of sensing auras, he was no weaker than a half-step venerable. He sensed 4 powerful auras coming from behind him. Among them, 3 were the auras of martial artists and 1 was the aura of a demonic beast. Yixing stood up and looked behind him. Indeed, there was a black tiger with 4 wings flying at an extremely fast speed in the forest. There were 3 martial artists standing on the back of the black tiger. The speed of this 4-winged black tiger seemed to be even faster than the lightning golden-feathered eagle. The distance between the 2 parties was constantly closing. Yixing got the lightning golden feather eagle to land on a mountain peak. Then, he watched as the 4-winged black tiger intercepted the 3 cultivators. At this moment, Yixing was not afraid of cultivators below the honorable realm. The auras of the 3 cultivators and the black tiger demonic beast were locked onto him. He might as well wait for them to catch up and see what they wanted to do. As the other party got closer and closer, Yixing looked into the distance and saw more and more clearly. His eyes suddenly narrowed and flashed with killing intent. The 3 cultivators were all dressed in black with the word, "Kill," engraved on their sleeves. They were the assassins of the 7 Kill League. Yixing scanned them with his super brain and saw their cultivation. The one in the middle was an 8-star venerable while the other 2 were 7-star venerable. In addition, the 4-winged black tiger was a rank 3 demonic beast, which was equivalent to a peak 7-star venerable. How could Yixing not know that the assassins of the 7 Kill League had come to the Azure Cloud region for him? Such a team was more than enough to assassinate an 8-star venerable. The 7 Kill League was really willing to pay a big price. Since the first assassination failed, the 7 Kill League had sent another rank 7 Astral Realm assassin to the Azure Cloud region. However, Yixing had already left and there was no news of him. Moreover, the Falling Star sect was guarded by Wuxia, so the assassin could not enter the Falling Star sect to investigate. Now that Yixing had returned to the Azure Cloud region, the 7 Kill League naturally left people to gather information and soon sent out another assassin. They sent out such a team of assassins because if Yixing hid in the Falling Star sect and did not come out, they would kill him by force. Even Wuxia would not be able to stop them. When the assassins of the 7 Kill League arrived at the Azure Cloud region, they knew that Yixing was going to kill the Sun-Moon sect on November 10th, so they waited near the Sun-Moon sect. They did not make a move before because they wanted to see how Yixing was. Now, they knew that Yixing's strength should be above the 7-star venerables. However, they had 2 7-star venerables and an 8-star venerable. Therefore, the assassins of the 7 Kill League did not plan to secretly follow Yixing and assassinate him at night. They did not want to make the assassination more difficult when Yixing returned to the Falling Star sect. Yixing stopped and the assassins of the 7 Kill League caught up with him. The 3 men and 1 demonic beast split up and surrounded Yixing from 4 directions to prevent Yixing from escaping. Yixing smirked. If he wanted to escape, why would he stay and wait? The 3 men and 1 demonic beast surrounded Yixing. They were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they were curious why Yixing did not escape. The 8-star venerable asked, "You know that we're chasing you, but you still dare to stop and wait. You're quite brave." Yixing stood on the back of the golden feather eagle and said calmly, "You know that I'm waiting, but you still dare to chase after me. You're quite brave too." The 8-star Venerable was stunned. He thought about what Yi Xing said and felt that it made sense. However, he did not believe that Yi Xing, who was only in the 5th stage of the astral star realm, could do anything to the 3 men and 1 demonic beast. The 8-star Venerable snorted and waved his hand, giving the order to kill. Venerable 7-star, who was on Yi Xing's right, took out a high-grade spirit bow and a spirit-grade treasure arrow. He knocked the arrow and locked onto Yi Xing. In the blink of an eye, the arrow left the bow. On the left, Venerable 7-star took out a long whip, which was also a high-grade spirit weapon. It was unknown how long this whip was, but when he swung it, the long whip was like a snake, twisting and turning as it struck towards Yi Xing. The 8-star Venerable was in front of Yi Xing. He used the power of his astrology, and a ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a dark star. The light in all directions dimmed, and the 8-star Venerable merged into the darkness. It was a dark astrology, which was the same type as the black hole astrology. However, it was of a much lower grade. It was a high-grade astrology. This was Yi Xing's first time encountering a dark astrology. Although it was daytime, it was no different from evening under the dark celestial aspect. The assassination technique that Venerable 8 stars cultivated was related to darkness. He disappeared without a trace in the dark air, but a sharp aura shot toward Yi Xing. The 3 of them attacked with all their strength. They did not underestimate Yi Xing just because he was a 5-star Venerable. It was the same for the assassins. When the 3 assassins attacked, the 4-winged black tiger behind Yi Xing opened its mouth at Yi Xing and let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the sound waves surged, and the calm air surged like a violent ocean. The sound contained a terrifying power. Moreover, one of the sound waves condensed into the shape of a tiger. It was 30 meters long and contained terrifying power. It reached out its claws and slapped toward the back of Yi Xing's head. Chapter 472. The Venerable 8-star waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the 3 men and 1 beast's attacks were already in front of Yi Xing. Moreover, the Venerable 8-star's attacks were traceless, which was the most terrifying and impossible to defend against. In the face of such a technique, even a venerable master of the 8th stage of the astral star realm would not be able to escape death if he had to defend against the attacks of the Venerable Master 7 stars, the 4-winged black tiger, and the Venerable Master 8 stars. However, their target was Yi Xing. Once Yi Xing used his true skills, the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable would not be able to compare to him. Facing the 3 men and 1 beast's attacks, Yi Xing's expression was normal. Instead, he curled his lips into a smile. As the corners of his mouth curled up, 2 flame array flags appeared in an instant. They grew to the size of 10 feet and revolved around him, forming a flame shield array. The flame shield formation was a level 3 defensive formation. It could even block the Venerable 9 stars' attacks. Although the 3 men and 1 beast's attacks were powerful, they were not comparable to the Venerable 9-star realm Venerables. The flame shield formation was impenetrable. No matter where the attacks came from, they could not break through. The Venerable 8-star realm Venerable was completely restrained. Assassination in the shadows was to find the enemy's weakness and kill them with 1 blow. The flame shield formation was an all-around defense. There were no weaknesses. Of course, the formation had weaknesses, but the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable could not find them. Moreover, the formation's weaknesses were only relative. In front of the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable, the formation's weaknesses were not weaknesses. The flame shield formation blocked all the arrows and whips from the Venerable 7-star realm Venerable, the 4-winged black tiger's sonic attack, and the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable's assassination. Yi Xing was safe and sound. The 3 assassins were shocked. The Venerable 7-star realm Venerable, who used a bow and arrow, exclaimed, "A level 3 array Grandmaster?" A level 3 array Grandmaster could make a level 3 defensive formation flag that could block the attacks of all Venerables. A level 3 offensive formation flag could defeat all venerables. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that all the venerables were included. Some of the more powerful 9-star venerables might not be included, but 7-star venerables and 8-star venerables were definitely included. A level 3 array grandmaster had defensive and offensive array flags. This was a necessary skill for an array master. Unless they lacked the materials for an array flag, they would definitely refine one. The 3 assassins were all terrified. If Yixing had a level 3 offensive array flag, then they would be no different from ants in front of Yixing. Their worries were clearly not unfounded. Just as the 3 people and 1 beast's attacks were blocked, Yixing instantly took out a few more array flags. Each array flag was green in color and had the totem of flowers and trees engraved on them. They were the array flags of the Greenwood Sword Array. The level 3 Greenwood Sword formation was activated. In an instant, countless Greenwood Sword Chi shot out, densely packed like a rainstorm. The Greenwood Sword Chi split up and shot toward the 3 killers. The 2 7-star venerables had their air transportation spiritual devices appear behind them. They quickly retreated in horror. However, the Greenwood Sword Chi was faster and caught up with them in the blink of an eye. The 2 of them were immediately cut into pieces by the Greenwood Sword Chi. The 8-star venerables hid in the shadows and escaped with the help of the Dark Astral Avatar. Yixing activated his super brain to scan and instantly captured the 8-star venerable's figure. The Greenwood Sword Chi landed accurately. With a shrill scream, the 8-star venerables instantly turned into a rain of blood. Even until his death, he did not understand how Yixing could see his whereabouts. As for the 4-winged black tiger, even though it was a demonic beast with a ferocious temperament and was much braver than human martial artists, it was still trembling in fear when the 3 assassins were killed. It was almost scared out of its wits and turned to flee. The 4-winged black tiger was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was close to 10 miles away. The crimson flame suit instantly appeared outside of Yixing's body. He held the Big Dipper bow in his hand and instantly shot out a starlight arrow. The starlight arrow was much faster than the 4-winged black tiger. It instantly hit one of its wings. The intense pain immediately caused the 4-winged black tiger to fall from the sky. It was seriously injured. Yixing put away the Big Dipper bow and hid the crimson flame suit in his body. The azure cloud wings appeared, and he quickly flew to the 4-winged black tiger's side. The Greenwood Sword formation was activated. Countless Greenwood Sword Chi fell and froze in the air. The 4-winged black tiger was so frightened that it trembled all over. At this moment, 2 clouds of whirlpools appeared in Yixing's eyes. He used the Eyes of Azure Cloud. With Yixing's current attainment in the Eyes of Azure Cloud, he couldn't forcefully subdue a demonic beast that was equivalent to venerable 7 stars. However, under the suppression of absolute strength, the 4-winged black tiger was terrified. It already had thoughts of submitting to Yixing. At this moment, Yixing used the Eyes of Azure Cloud and naturally subdued the 4-winged black tiger. The azure cloud wings on Yixing's back were retracted, and the cloud vortexes in his eyes dissipated. The 4-winged black tiger lay down in front of Yixing and lowered its head to the ground. Although it had been tamed by Yixing, it still had a bone-deep fear for him. Hateful 7-kill alliance. Originally, I didn't want to use these methods again. However, since you guys are courting death, I have no choice but to use them again. Yixing muttered to himself. This was the Azure Cloud mountain range. It was desolate and uninhabited. However, the 3 assassins had been completely annihilated. The 4-winged black tiger had also been completely subdued. There was no need to worry about others finding out. Yixing collected the mid-grade storage rings of the 3 assassins and used his astral flame to burn their corpses to ashes. He also removed all traces of the battle so that no one would be able to find out anything. Only then did he ride the lightning golden-feathered eagle and continue towards the dark valley in the depths of the azure cloud mountain range. Yixing gave the four-winged black tiger a healing pill. The injury on its wings quickly healed as it followed behind the golden-feathered eagle. Azure Cloud Mountain Range, Dark Valley, He Biao sat cross-legged in the middle of the valley. Black qi surrounded his body. He had almost merged with the dark aura in the valley. When He Biao's body had completely merged with the darkness, the black qi dissipated. As the black qi dissipated, He Biao's body also seemed to have dissipated, vanishing without a trace. That's right, He Biao's figure had disappeared. It wasn't covered by the dark aura. It had truly disappeared. When He Biao's body reappeared, he was already outside the dark valley. His face was filled with excitement and joy. The dark force has finally reached perfection. Ha ha ha. He Biao laughed. He had come to the dark valley countless times. Every time he came, he would stay for a year or so. However, he had never been able to comprehend the dark force to perfection. However, hard work paid off. Today, he had finally reached this step. He had become the first person to comprehend the dark force to perfection since the founder of the Dark Star sect. He Biao's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He shouted towards the empty sky, Meng Tai, "From today onwards, I am no longer afraid to fight with you. The great Yuan dynasty's oppression of my Dark Star sect has come to an end." End of 4th update. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Requesting a monthly ticket. Chapter 473. Huh. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. When Yixing arrived at the dark canyon, He Biao's voice came from the side of the mountain. "I knew that you would come to the dark canyon before the tournament." Yixing looked over and saw He Biao with long hair and a bare upper body like a barbarian walking out of the mountain. The lightning golden-feathered eagle immediately landed. Yixing jumped down from the eagle's back and cupped his fists, "Brother He Biao." Once, Yixing thought that He Biao was a superior, but now he was sure that He Biao was at least a venerable. This made Yixing very surprised. An existence that was at least a venerable would actually become friends with him. Moreover, He Biao even asked Wu Yu to protect him. This made Yixing feel flattered, and at the same time, he also had some doubts. Why did He Biao do this? Yixing knew that He Biao was much stronger than he imagined. He was no longer naive to think that He Biao would treat him as a brother and help him just because he ate a little bit of his frost python meat. There must be a reason for this. But in any case, He Biao was a free and easy person. Yixing didn't call him senior just because he was at least a venerable. He still called him brother He Biao. The smile on He Biao's face became even more brilliant. From the beginning, he and Yixing were brothers. If Yixing was restrained because his cultivation was too high, he wouldn't be happy. He Biao smiled and walked over. "Brother Yixing, since I ate your frost python meat last time, I can't forget it. Today, you have to let me eat my fill again." Yixing said, "I don't have any more frost python meat on me." Yixing completely ate the frost python meat in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Yixing's words made He Biao stunned, and a dejected look appeared on his face. However, Yixing's next words made him smile. Yixing said, "We don't have any more frost python meat, but we do have some crystal fire beast meat that's just as good as the frost python meat. It's also incredibly delicious." He Biao was truly delicious. He was overjoyed and said, "Good, good, good. As long as it's an exceptional delicacy, anything is fine. I still have some zui xian or wine. Let's drink to our heart's content and eat to our heart's content." The two of them found a place and sat on the ground. Yixing created a flame and began to roast the crystal fire beast's tender meat. He Biao took out the zui xian wine and poured 2 cups. He first drank a cup with Yixing. Even though this was the second time he drank the drunken xian wine, Yixing still felt a sense of comfort in his soul. This was indeed a rare and exceptional wine. Soon, the crystal fire beast's tender meat was roasted to a golden color. The grease covered the entire surface, and a rich aroma assailed their nostrils. Yixing and He Biao were both greatly tempted. The two of them ate heartily. They drank the Zui Xian wine while eating the crystal fire beast's tender meat. Not long after, the two of them were full. Yixing asked He Biao the question in his heart, "Why does brother He Biao treat this little brother differently? Can you tell me and clear up my doubts?" Yixing's confusion was within He Biao's expectations. He looked straight at Yixing and said, "Because you are the demon star of troubled times." Yixing's expression froze. "Demon star of troubled times?" He Biao nodded and said, "That's right, demon star of troubled times." However, this demon star of troubled times was calculated by the Grand Tutor of the Great Yuan dynasty, Si Kongyan. However, compared to the Great Yuan dynasty, compared to the warriors of the entire Star Continent, you are a great savior. First the Great Yuan dynasty, then the Grand Tutor Si Kongyan. This made Yixing's face filled with astonishment. Since when did he have a relationship with these unreachable existences? Looking at Yixing's astonished expression, He Biao said, "I know you are very surprised and find it hard to understand. However, now is the time to let you know. Fortunately, it was us who found you first. If it was the Great Yuan dynasty, you would have died without a doubt." Yixing's head was filled with confusion, and said, "Why? How high up is the Great Yuan dynasty? Why would they want to kill me?" He Biao said, "Didn't I say before that you are the Great Yuan dynasty's demon star of troubled times? Your existence will cause the Great Yuan dynasty's rule to become unstable. They will strangle the thread in the cradle and take your life without waiting for you to grow." Yixing found it hard to imagine that he, who was living a peaceful life, was actually someone that the Great Yuan dynasty, the ruler of the Star Continent, had to get rid of. This was simply too unbelievable. Yixing said, "I am not related to the Great Yuan dynasty, nor do I have any enmity with them. In fact, I only knew about the Great Yuan dynasty not long ago. Why would I want to disrupt their rule?" He Biao shook his head and said, "The Great Yuan dynasty does not care about this. As long as they think that you are a threat, that is enough. Furthermore, do you really have no enmity with the Great Yuan dynasty?" Yixing could tell that there was a hidden meaning in He Biao's words, and said, "Brother He Biao, please enlighten me." He Biao said, "Do you know that the Grand Tutor of the Great Yuan dynasty, Si Kongyan, predicted that the demon star would descend and threaten the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty? What decision did the Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty make?" Yixing's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that when he first arrived at the Star Continent, what happened to the Ye family was related to the Great Yuan dynasty? He Biao continued, "Si Kongyan said that the demon star would fall to the east. In this life, the surname of the Great Yuan dynasty was Yi. The Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty immediately ordered that in the entire Star Continent, every person with the surname Yi who was born yesterday, today, and tomorrow, would be killed without mercy." Yixing's expression changed. His intuition had come true. When he first arrived at the Star Continent, all the newborns of the Ye family were killed. It was the Great Yuan dynasty who killed them. Among these babies who were killed was his younger brother, Yichen. As an orphan in his past life, Yixing really wanted to have a brother in this life. Although Yixing had only taken over his older brother's body, he was still willing to be a good elder brother and treat Yichen as his own younger brother. Unfortunately, Yichen was assassinated in his infancy less than a month after he was born. After that, the Ye family did not even know who the murderer was, nor did they have any clues. In Yixing's heart, a fierce resentment flashed. He Biao was right. It was not as if there was no enmity between him and the Great Yuan dynasty. The Great Yuan dynasty. These 4 words were engraved in Yixing's heart. The Great Yuan dynasty said that he was the demon star in troubled times and would destroy the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. Very well. Then I am the demon star in troubled times. My goal in this life, besides reaching the peak of martial arts, now I have one more goal, and that is to destroy the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty until the Great Yuan dynasty no longer exists. This goal was very, very difficult. It was much more difficult than reaching the peak of martial arts in the Star Continent, the King stage. However, Yi Xing clenched his fists tightly. His eyes shone brightly. Once he had determined his goal, his conviction was incomparably firm. He Biao was still speaking, his voice bitter and hateful. In the entire Star Continent, there are so many families with the surname Yi. All the babies born within 3 days were killed without mercy. How vicious must one's heart be to make such a cruel decision? Today's monthly votes have exceeded 100. I will present it to you at 10 tomorrow. Begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes. Chapter 474. Although the surname Yi wasn't the most common surname, it wasn't the least either. The Star Continent was so vast and there were so many martial artists. The number of martial artists Yi Xing had was definitely a huge number. The Ye family that Yi Xing belonged to was just an ordinary Ye family. Even so, the Ye family had a few babies that died of unnatural causes. If the entire Star Continent was taken into account, the number of babies with the surname Yi who died of unnatural causes would definitely be a shocking number. Killing so many babies just because there might be a threat in the future. Such a heart was indeed vicious. Yi Xing collected his thoughts and looked at He Biao. Even the Grand Tutor of the Great Yuan dynasty, Si Kongyan, deduced that I was the demon star of troubled times. Why didn't the Great Yuan dynasty find me, but brother He Biao found me? He Biao said, although the Great Yuan dynasty is the ruler of the Star Continent, the only region that they have complete control over is the Middle Sky Continent. The other 4 continents are barren and are not valued by the Great Yuan dynasty. Furthermore, they are far away from the Middle Sky Continent, so the Great Yuan dynasty's control is naturally weaker. However, my Dark Star sect has taken root in the East Divine Continent. It has been 2,000 years and many forces in the East Divine Continent have secretly belonged to my Dark Star sect. If you, the Demon Star of Troubled Times, were born elsewhere, the Great Yuan dynasty would naturally have an advantage. However, since you were born in the East Divine Continent, if my Dark Star sect doesn't find you first, what qualifications do we have to compete with the Great Yuan dynasty? Yi Xing nodded. The Dark Star sect was also a 3-star force. If the Dark Star sect's territory was in the East Divine Continent, they would indeed have an advantage over the Great Yuan dynasty. However, there was still something that Yi Xing didn't understand. Yi Xing asked, why does brother He Biao think that I am the demon star of troubled times? He Biao smiled faintly and said, to be able to confirm your identity, of course, there are many ways to confirm your identity. Firstly, your surname is Yi. Secondly, the time of your rise coincides with the arrival of the demon star. Thirdly, the speed of your rise is unusual. Before the age of 16, you were mediocre and had a useless body. But after the age of 16, you skyrocketed and your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, you are not from the Star Continent. Yi Xing's eyes lit up as he suddenly sat up straight. This was the first time he had heard someone say that he wasn't from the Star Continent. How could he not be shocked? When He Biao saw this, he raised his hand and pressed down, causing Yi Xing to relax. He continued, you don't have to be too surprised. The Grand Tutor of the Daiyuan dynasty, Si Kongyan, has already deduced that the demon star came from outer space. Furthermore, you are not the only one who came from outer space. In Yi Xing's heart, he was incomparably shocked by the art of deduction. To be able to deduce such intangible things, it was really strange. As for He Biao saying that Yi Xing wasn't the only one who came from outer space, this made Yixing even more surprised. Yixing asked, "Who else came from outer space?" He Biao revealed a respectful expression and said, "The founder of my Dark Star sect is not from the Star Continent. He came from another star continent." Yixing asked curiously, "Other than the Star Continent, are there other star continents?" After Yixing finished asking, he frowned slightly and was startled. This was a question that shouldn't have been asked. If he wasn't from the Star Continent, how could he not know that there were other star continents? Although Yixing wasn't from the Star Continent, that was only relative to his soul. His body was truly from the Star Continent. Moreover, his soul came from Earth, which was a completely different world from the Star Continent. Naturally, he would be surprised that there was a martial world similar to the Star Continent. He Biao looked at Yixing in surprise. He didn't delve into the flaw in Yixing's words and said, "There are other star continents." Of course there are other continents. The universe is so vast. How can there be only one continent? A continent is just a speck of dust compared to the universe. Yixing came from Earth, so he naturally understood the vastness of the universe. Earth was also just a speck of dust in the universe. Of course, he understood that the Star Continent was also very small in the universe. However, the world that the Star Continent was in was obviously different from Earth. Yixing didn't know whether the Star Continent and Earth were in the same universe. Yixing didn't know much about the world that the Star Continent was in, but he was very curious and had the desire to explore. Yixing said, "Little brother only knows a little about the Star Continent. As for the universe, I know even less. I sincerely hope that brother He Biao can enlighten me." He Biao nodded and said, "The universe is vast and boundless. As for how big it is, I don't know either. However, the founder of my Dark Star sect came from outer space. Regarding this knowledge, the Dark Star sect is more knowledgeable than the other forces in the Star Continent. According to the information left behind by the founder of my sect, the world we live in is called the Flowing Light World. It is made up of many star continents, and the Star Continent is only one of them. In ordinary continents, if one can cultivate to the Star Sea realm and become a king, that is the peak of the martial way. As for mid-level continents, one can break through the limit of the Star Sea realm and reach the Star Nirvana realm, becoming an existence close to God. As for high-level continents, one can break through the limit of the Star Nirvana realm and reach the Star God realm, becoming a true God. Yixing was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was no less than when he had heard Zi Shanhou explain the Star Continent and the 5 great realms of the martial way to him when he thought that martial sage was the peak of the martial way. At that time, Zi Shanhou Hua Tianfeng had broken Yixing's common sense of the martial way, greatly broadening Yixing's horizons. This time, it was the same. As it turned out, the Star Sea Realm King was not the peak of the martial way. Above the Star Sea Realm, there was the Star Nirvana realm and the Star God realm. Moreover, the vastness of the world also shocked Yixing. The Star Continent was already big enough, but he had only walked through a very small area of the Star Continent. However, in the Flowing Light World, there were many continents similar to the Star Continent. Moreover, the Star Continent was only one of the ordinary continents. Above it, there were still mid-level continents and high-level continents. Yixing muttered, "This world is too big. Moreover, on the martial way, where is the peak? The peak of the martial way?" He Biao laughed bitterly and sighed, "The martial way is endless. Where is there a peak? The peak of the martial way is relative. For example, in the true Xian domain, esteemed person is the peak. In the East Divine Continent, revered lords are the peak. In the Star Continent, kings are the peak. And in mid-level continents, Star Nirvana realm quasi-gods are the peak. In high-level continents, Star God realm true gods are the peak. However, even true gods are not considered the peak of the martial way. Legend has it that there is another realm above true gods. I don't know the name of that realm, but I know that the martial artists of that realm are called Supremes. Yixing's voice was astonished. Supremes, is that the true peak of the martial way? Requesting monthly votes. Today's monthly votes have broken through 100. I will send it to you tomorrow at 10 p.m. Chapter 475. He Biao laughed involuntarily and said, "Who knows? Without reaching that realm, there's naturally no way to understand. Not to mention supremes, even quasi-gods and true gods are only mentioned in the notes left behind by the founder of our sect. The martial Dao limit of the Star Continent is Star Sea Realm King. The martial artists of the Star Continent all think that Star Sea Realm King is the peak of martial Dao. They have no idea that after the king, there are quasi-gods, true gods, and even supremes." Yixing's eyes flickered. His goal was to reach the peak of martial Dao. All along, his goal had been to become a king and stand at the peak of martial Dao in the Star Continent. However, now that he knew that after the king, there were quasi-gods, true gods, and even the legendary supremes, he couldn't help but wonder if his goal was the true peak of martial Dao or just the peak of martial Dao in the Star Continent. For now, I should aim to reach the peak of martial Dao in the Star Continent. The true peak of martial Dao is too illusory. If I want to compete with the martial artists of other star continents, I have to at least reach the other star continents and stand on the same stage as them. If I can't do it, then it's meaningless to compete with the martial artists of other star continents. Yixing thought to himself as he confirmed his goal. He had pride in his heart and wanted to live a carefree life. He wasn't willing to be under anyone. Whichever stage he stood on, he had to pursue the martial Dao limit of that stage. Now, Yixing was still in the Star Continent. The Star Continent was his stage. Therefore, his goal was to reach the peak of martial Dao in the Star Continent. If there was a day when he could leave the Star Continent, then things would be different. Yixing said, "I've read about the records of the Star Continent. The martial Dao limit of the Star Continent is 4-star king. In the past 10,000 years, there have only been 4 4-star kings, and they were all the supreme kings of the Great Yuan dynasty." He Biao nodded and said, "The Great Yuan dynasty occupies the most abundant resources in the Star Continent. When the dynasty was established, it gathered the fortune of the entire Star Continent. Every time someone reached the martial Dao limit of the Star Continent, they naturally came from the Great Yuan dynasty. If ordinary continents were divided into 3 grades, the Star Continent would belong to the lower grade. Most of the time, martial artists would reach the initial stage of King Realm, and that would be their limit. It would take at least 1 to 2,000 years of accumulation of luck to produce a 4-star king, and a 4-star king was the true limit. No matter how long the accumulation of luck was, it was impossible for anyone to break through to the 5-star king realm. Generally speaking, the limit of a mid-grade ordinary continent's martial artist was a mid-grade king, while the limit of a high-grade ordinary continent's martial artist was a high-level king. If one wanted to break through the limits of the Star Sea realm, step into the Star Nirvana realm, and become a quasi-god, only a medium-grade continent would have this kind of luck. The flowing light boundary had many ordinary continents, but not many medium-grade continents. As for the high-class continents, I can't even count them with one hand. There are only 3 of them, and my sect's founder came from one of them." Yixing sucked in a breath of cold air. A high-class continent's martial artist's limit was the true god of the Star God realm. The founder of the Dark Star sect actually came from such a terrifying place. Yixing couldn't help but wonder if the founder of the Dark Star sect had seen a true god. At the very least, he should have seen a quasi-god. To be able to have the word God, how strong must a martial artist be? Quasi-god, true god, these were too far away from him. Yixing collected his thoughts. What he should be paying attention to now was the Star Continent's martial artist world. Yixing said, "In the Star Continent, only by becoming a king can one be considered to have reached the peak of martial arts. One can live for 1,000 years, free and unfettered. I wonder how many kings there are in the star continent. Yixing didn't know that He Biao was a king. This wasn't a question, but a sigh from the bottom of his heart. However, when He Biao heard this, he laughed. Free and unfettered? Who said that one can be free and unfettered after becoming a king? If it was my Dark Star sect's king, then he could barely be called free and unfettered. As for the Great Yuan dynasty's king, he lives like a dog, how can he be free and unfettered? Yixing was shocked, his voice was filled with disbelief. The Great Yuan dynasty's king lives like a dog? In Yixing's heart, the Star Sea Realm's king was the peak of martial arts in the Star Continent. To become a king, how powerful would one be? Moreover, they would have a lifespan of 1,000 years. How could they not be free and unfettered? He Biao said, "This is the abominable part of the Great Yuan dynasty. Since Meng Wu established the Great Yuan dynasty 10,000 years ago and unified the Star Continent, the Meng clan was the one and only overlord of the Star Continent. The Meng clan gathered the fortune of the entire Star Continent for their own use and occupied the most abundant resources of the Star Continent. The most hateful thing is that they cut off the path of king for all martial artists in the world. Even if one has the qualifications to become a king, if one doesn't rely on the Great Yuan dynasty and serve the Meng clan, they still don't have the qualifications to become a king. Firstly, they lack resources. Secondly, they don't have any inheritance. Even if you have the opportunity to obtain a profound upper grade cultivation technique inheritance and enough resources to become a king, it is still harder than ascending to heaven. Yixing asked, why? He Biao said, if you don't rely on the Great Yuan dynasty and have the qualifications to become a king, you will be seen as a threat. Before you can become a king, you will be killed by the Great Yuan dynasty's experts. Even if your fortune is heaven-defying and you are lucky enough to escape this calamity and successfully become a king, your days won't be peaceful. The Great Yuan dynasty has the king of the entire Star Continent. One person or even 3 to 5 people can't contend against them. Only by relying on the Great Yuan dynasty and becoming a dog of the Meng family can you live a stable life. You are the king standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in the Star Continent, but you don't have freedom and live like a dog. Yixing couldn't help but feel depressed. Even in his current state, he still wanted to live freely. The reason why he wanted to reach the peak of martial arts was because he didn't want to live under other people's eyes. If he still lived like a dog after becoming a king, what was the point? Yixing let out a long breath and said, the Great Yuan dynasty treated the kings like this, which king would be willing to accept it? Is there no one who resisted? He Biao said, of course there were people who resisted, but no one has ever succeeded. The Great Yuan dynasty unified the Star Continent and has an incomparably deep foundation. They have a huge amount of cultivation resources and martial arts manuals. They know some special methods that can control the life and death of a king. Once you rely on the Great Yuan dynasty, even if you become a king, you will never be free again. As He Biao spoke, his eyes glowed with hope. Until the founder of our cult came from the starry sky, he broke the shackles of the Great Yuan dynasty and fought for a glimmer of hope for the martial artists of the Star Land. Otherwise, even if I have the qualifications to become a king, if I don't choose to become the Great Yuan dynasty's dog, I won't be able to become a king. Thank you, book friend. Wrong? Brother tipped 100,000 to become the 8th leader of the Arrow God. Warm congratulations, thank you. Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? Chapter 476. Yixing immediately held his breath. King. King. He Biao was actually a king. Yixing stared at He Biao with wide eyes, unable to believe that the person who called him brother was actually a king. To this day, Yixing had not even seen a real Venerable One. He had only met a half-step Venerable One. In the true Xian domain, venerables were already legends that could not be seen. King was even more of a legend, an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world on the Star Continent. Yixing was dumbfounded when he suddenly learned that He Biao was a king. He Biao looked at Yixing's reaction and smiled, saying, "Why? Do I not look like a king?" Yixing's willpower was, after all, incomparable to ordinary people. He quickly reacted and smiled embarrassedly, saying, "It's not that brother He Biao doesn't look like one. It's just that I can't believe that I actually met a king, and a king who calls me brother. I'm afraid no one would believe me if I told them." He Biao saw that Yixing was still treating him as usual after learning that he was a king, so he continued to smile, saying, "You're from the Star Continent. You are indeed worthy of being a guest from outer space. I like your free and easy temperament very much. My age is not very old compared to the lifespan of a king. I am only 200 years old. When you become a king in the future, we will be of the same generation. Now, you and I can call each other brothers." He Biao did not ask about Yixing's destiny. He only knew that Yixing was a demonic star in troubled times, someone who could shake the foundation of the great Yuan dynasty for 10,000 years. He would definitely become a king in the future. Yixing also smiled. He liked being friends with He Biao. It was refreshing. Since He Biao was a king, Yixing immediately thought of another king, King Lanqin, who had taken away Wei Qingxian. Yixing asked, "Brother He Biao, do you know a king called King Lanqin?" He Biao smiled and nodded, saying, "King Lanqin is one of the 4 guardian kings of our sect. Of course I know him." Yixing's eyes immediately lit up. 2 years ago, Queen Lanqin took away a girl from the Spirit Moon sect in the Qingyun region. Does brother He Biao know about this? Ever since Yixing had fallen into a coma, Wei Qingxian had gone to the Spirit Moon sect, and they had never seen each other again. In the future, Yixing only learned from Spiritual Moon sect's Taoist master Yanyu that Wei Qingxian had been taken away by a king named King Lanqin. After that, there was no further news. Now that he'd finally found someone who knew Princess Lanqin, Yixing naturally wanted to inquire about Wei Qingxuan's whereabouts. He Biao smiled and said, "Of course I know. That girl is called Wei Qingxian, right? In fact, the reason why I came to the Green Cloud region before the Great Yuan dynasty and found you as the demon star of troubled times was because of this girl." Yixing was stunned. "Qingxian talked about me?" He Biao nodded. Queen Lanqin took her back to the Dark Star sect. Later on, we learned that the demon star of troubled times had descended. At first, our sect thought that she was the demon star of troubled times. Her talent could only be greater than yours. However, according to Si Kongyan's calculations, the demon star of troubled times was born with the surname Yi. Our sect's divination masters also calculated that the demon star of troubled times was surnamed Yi, so she was eliminated. This was because she knew that the Great Yuan dynasty's goal in finding the demon star of troubled times was to eliminate it as soon as possible. She felt that the demon star of troubled times was you, so she told Queen Lanqin about your path of growth. Queen Lanqin told me about you, so I came to the Green Cloud region. I paid attention to your news while comprehending the dark influence. Fortunately, I confirmed that you were the demon star of troubled times in the end. Moreover, I comprehended the dark influence to perfection, so both goals were achieved. What I need to do now is to prevent the Great Yuan dynasty from finding you and falling into their hands." After learning of Wei Qingxuan's whereabouts, Yixing was overjoyed. He asked, "How is Qingxian now?" He Biao looked at Yixing meaningfully. "You care a lot about her." He. "Don't worry, she's doing very well. She'll also participate in the East Divine Continent's gathering of geniuses. You'll see her before long." It had been 2 years since he had seen Wei Qingxian. After more than a month, they could finally meet again at the East Divine Continent's gathering of geniuses. Yixing was very happy. However, even though he was happy, his mind was still sharp. He asked, "I heard that the Star Continent's genius selection was ordered by the Great Yuan dynasty. Qing Xian is a disciple of the Dark Star sect. Can she participate? He Biao smiled. I've said it before. My Dark Star sect has been rooted in the East Divine Continent for 2,000 years. Many factions are dissatisfied with the Great Yuan dynasty and have secretly sided with them. Of course, the disciples of my sect cannot participate in the selection held by the Great Yuan dynasty. However, it's easy for my sect to plant a few disciples in the factions of the East Divine Continent. Wei Qingxian will participate in the selection as a representative of the Blood Ridge Empire's younger generation. He Biao looked at Yixing and smiled. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Do you know why the Great Yuan dynasty held the selection for 3 years?" Yixing shook his head. "Isn't it just to select geniuses? Could there be other goals?" He Biao looked straight at Yixing and smiled without saying anything. Yixing understood the meaning in He Biao's eyes. He was surprised. "Is it to find the demon star of troubled times? Which means to find me?" He Biao nodded. "That's right. The star continent is too vast and there are too many cultivators. Although the Great Yuan dynasty killed many of the Yi clan's babies, Si Kongyan calculated that the demon star is not dead. He didn't descend directly but came from outer space. Therefore, Si Kongyan suggested to the great Meng king, Meng Tai, to hold a selection for the entire star continent to find the demon star of troubled times. Si Kongyan calculated that within 10 years, the demon star would threaten the Great Yuan dynasty's foundation. It could be seen that the demon star's growth was extremely fast. This selection would take 3 years. Moreover, it would cover the entire star continent. This was to give the demon star enough time to grow and stand out in the selection, walking right into the trap. Since the demon star could threaten the Great Yuan dynasty's foundation within 10 years, he would definitely become an expert in 3 years. With such a fast growth speed, he must be cultivating in the golden period. Therefore, Si Kongyan calculated that the demon star of troubled times came from outer space. However, he was still young and his surname was Yi. After appearing in the star continent, he would grow rapidly on the path of martial arts. Moreover, it was said that Si Kongyan calculated that the demon star of troubled times was related to archery and was an expert in archery. As long as the demon star of troubled times participated in the selection, his identity would definitely be exposed. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Yixing's back. The other party calculated so clearly. If he really shocked the world in the selection, the Great Yuan dynasty would definitely recognize him as the demon star of troubled times. The third selection would be held in the Middle Sky continent. If the demon star of troubled times' identity was exposed, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Chapter 477. The more Yixing thought about it, the more scared he felt. He had always felt that the Great Yuan dynasty was far beyond his reach, and had never thought that something would happen between him and the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the Great Yuan dynasty had already set up a pocket formation, waiting for Yixing to jump into it. Yixing said, "Many thanks for Brother He Biao's reminder. If I didn't know the situation, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know how I died. It seems that I don't need to participate in this selection." He Biao shook his head. The selection this time is very beneficial to the cultivation of the younger generation. Why don't you participate? Not only must you participate, but you must also strive to advance in the third selection. The higher your ranking, the better. However, in the East Divine Continent selection, you must keep a low profile and not enter the top 10. Yixing was surprised. I can understand keeping a low profile in the second selection, but why must I strive to advance in the third selection? Wouldn't that expose my identity? Moreover, the third selection will be held in the Middle Sky continent. If the Great Yuan dynasty recognizes me as the demon star of chaos, how can they let me live? He Biao smiled. The location of the third selection is not the Middle Sky continent, nor is it any continent of the Starry continent. It will be held in the Starry Skies. The Starry Skies Arena is a ruin left behind from the ancient era. The Great Yuan dynasty cannot interfere there. Even if your identity is exposed, they can't do anything. In the Starry Skies Arena, the top 100 rankers will be able to enter the Heavenly Fate list and obtain the destiny of the Starry Skies continent. The top 100 rankers will at least become revered lords in the future. The top 10 rankers will at least become half-step kings in the future. The first ranker of the Heavenly Fate list will obtain the strongest destiny of the Starry Skies continent. They are known as the Son of the Stars, and will definitely become a Star Sea Realm king. Since ancient times, the Heavenly Fate list has never been wrong. Yi Xing blinked. The Starry Sky Arena? Primordial ruins? Such a place was really mysterious. He Biao continued, the Starry Sky Grand Arena opens once every 30 years. In the past, only the younger generation geniuses of the Central Sky continent were able to participate in the Heavenly Fate rankings. But this time around, in order to attract a demonic star like Qin Wentian, the Grand Yuan dynasty was extremely sincere. They gave all the geniuses of the entire astral continent a chance to enter the Astral Grand Arena and compete for the Heavenly Fate rankings. Because this was the only way, even if Chaos Era's Fiend Star was suspicious of their motives, he would still participate in the third round of the Heavenly Fate rankings. Furthermore, they will fight with all their might in the Starry Sky Arena to compete for the rankings, so that they can seize more of the Star Continent's fate. This way, they will know who the Demon Star of Chaos is. Yi Xing nodded and said, that's right. What about after that? Aren't I finished? The Great Yuan dynasty can't do anything in the Grand Arena of Starry Sky. What about after I leave the Grand Arena of Starry Sky? He Biao's eyes were filled with confidence as he said, after leaving the Grand Astral Arena, if the Great Yuan dynasty wants to touch you, they will have to see if I agree. My dark force has already been comprehended to perfection. Even if the Great Yuan dynasty's King Meng Tai makes a move, I have no fear. With me here, the Great Yuan dynasty won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. These years, ever since the founder of the Dark Star sect passed away, the Great Yuan dynasty has been suppressing the Dark Star sect. Now that I have reached the level of the founder, it's time to show my fangs to the Great Yuan dynasty. The Great Yuan dynasty's King Meng Tai was a 4-star king. On the Star Continent, only one 4-star king would appear after 1 to 2,000 years of accumulation of fate. Therefore, every 4-star king was unique. Their cultivation base was unparalleled in the world. As a mid-step king, their strength would most likely be unparalleled in the world. He Biao said that he had no fear of Meng Tai making a move. What level of strength was that? Yi Xing looked at He Biao in shock and said, the Great Yuan dynasty's King Meng Tai is a 4-star sage. You have no fear of fighting him? Could it be that you are the leader of the Dark Star sect? He Biao shook his head and said, my nature is undisciplined and I don't like to manage things. I don't like the position of leader. Although I am not the leader of the Dark Star sect, I am the strongest in the Dark Star sect. My sect's founder was a 3-star King Realm expert, but he was able to defeat the previous 4-star King Realm expert of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yi, with the help of his perfect darkness aura. I think that I can also defeat Meng Tai now. Yi Xing looked at He Biao. The person in front of him was a peerless expert who could fight with the strongest in the Star Continent. Yet, he called Yi Xing his brother. Yi Xing thought about it and felt somewhat flattered. He Biao continued, the Great Yuan dynasty is the cancer of the Star Continent. The last wish of the founder of the Dark Star sect was to overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty and let the martial artists of the Star Continent compete fairly and pursue the path of the king. Only then would the Star Continent's martial arts world flourish and have a good effect on the development of the Star Continent's martial arts world. Brother Yi Xing, you are the demon star of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, you are also the savior of countless martial artists of the Star Continent. The Great Yuan dynasty has a deep foundation. Even if I can fight with Meng Tai, I can only make the Dark Star sect protect itself and not overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty. However, you have the hope. Therefore, the Dark Star sect will do its best to help you in the dark and protect your safety. Moreover, it will allow you to grow as fast as possible. Only then will the Great Yuan dynasty fall one day and the martial artists of the Star Continent have the hope of freedom. Yi Xing nodded. The Great Yuan dynasty blocked the path of the other martial artists to become the king. If other martial artists wanted to become the king, they would have to rely on the Great Yuan dynasty. Because of this reason, Yi Xing would stand on the same side as the Dark Star sect and overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty. Yi Xing said, "Although I am currently unable to contend against the Great Yuan dynasty, I will work hard. There will be a day when I reach the point where the Great Yuan dynasty will tremble. I will eradicate this malignant tumor of the Star Continent and return peace to the Star Continent." He Biao smiled with satisfaction and said, "I'm looking forward to your future." That's right, the top 10 contestants in the Starry Sky Grand Arena will have a chance to enter the extraterritorial Starland and train with the younger generation geniuses of the other Starry Sky continents. Those extraterritorial star continents are all ancient ruins and there are many treasures inside. If you can enter, it will be a great opportunity. This is the reason why I told you to fight for a higher ranking in the Starry Sky Arena without revealing your identity. The higher your ranking, the higher the grade of the extraterritorial star continent and the greater the rewards. Yi Xing's gaze was resolute as he said, "Since I am participating in the third selection, I will do my best. First place on the heavenly fate ranking and becoming a son of the stars is my goal." He Biao laughed and said, "As expected of the demon star of the Great Yuan dynasty, such ambition. If that's the case, the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists will be angered half to death." He Biao laughed and stood up, continuing, "All right, I will return to the Dark Star sect first. I will wait for your good news." Today's update. Please support me with monthly votes. Chapter 478. He Biao flew into the air and suddenly stopped. He turned around and said to Yi Xing, "Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. In order to avoid being investigated by the Great Yuan dynasty, that girl used a different identity to participate in the genius selection. In the genius selection, she's called Zi Xian, not Wei Qingxian. Be careful, don't expose her identity." He Biao's figure flew into the distance and soon disappeared. Yi Xing nodded in the direction where He Biao disappeared. The Spirit Moon sect had been destroyed by the Daiyuan dynasty, so the name Wei Qingxian must have been known by the Daiyuan dynasty. It's been 2 years, Qingxian. 2 years ago, we were not martial saints yet. Now, I'm already a 5 stars enlightened being. Brother He Biao said that your talent is higher than mine. I wonder what level your cultivation has reached. Yi Xing murmured. Wei Qingxuan's stunning face appeared in his mind again. There were less than 2 months left until the end of the year. He would be able to see Wei Qingxian again at the selection. A sweet smile appeared on Yi Xing's face. After coming to the Star Mainland for almost 3 years, the only person who had left a deep impression in Yi Xing's heart was Wei Qingxian. With a sweet smile, Yi Xing entered the dark canyon. It took him a while to calm his mind and comprehend the darkness force around him. 10 days passed in a flash. The darkness force in the dark canyon was broad and profound, reaching the great perfection stage. Yi Xing comprehended it for 10 days and benefited greatly. His darkness force had reached the peak of the minor success stage of the arcane realm. He was not far from reaching the greater success stage of one with the heavens. Compared to the grand force of wind and grand force of fire, Yi Xing's comprehension of the grand force of darkness was not inferior at all. With Yi Xing's cultivation, reaching the peak of the arcane realm was already his limit. It was basically impossible for him to break through to one with the heavens. After his darkness force reached the peak of the arcane realm, Yixing left the dark canyon and returned to the Falling Star sect. The first day of the 12th lunar month was when the true Xian region's team would depart for the Divine Continent Mountain. Yixing had to reach the Nine Heaven City before that day. Yixing rested for 5 days in the Falling Star sect. 5 days later, he rode the lightning golden-feathered eagle and set off for the Nine Heaven City. As for the four-winged black tiger that was equivalent to a 7 stars enlightened being, it was left as a guardian beast. When Yixing left the Gu Tianshang, Hua Tianfeng, and Lin Tongyu all made breakthroughs in their cultivation after absorbing the corpse jades. Gu Tianshang became a 2-star enlightened master, Hua Tianfeng successfully broke through the astral realm and became a 1-star enlightened master, and Lin Tongyu became a 9-star martial saint. Yixing had already passed the position of sect leader of the Falling Star sect to Gu Tianshang. Outside Thea Greater Success Stage 3 formation was set up. With Wuyu guarding the Falling Star sect had nothing to fear even if a high-level astral realm enlightened being came. With the Falling Star sect free of worries, Yixing could travel outside with peace of mind. This time, the speed of his journey to the Nine Heaven City was more than twice as fast as the previous time. He only took a few days to arrive. Upon reaching the Nine Heaven City, the first thing Yixing did was to go to the Earth Carnage sect. The 7 Kill Alliance's assassins were invited by the Earth Fiend sect's vice-sect master, Shi Daotian, from the Green Feather domain. Yun Tianhao had already been killed by Yixing, so how could Yixing let Shi Daotian off? Boom! Yixing arrived at the Earth Carnage sect. Without saying a word, he threw out a punch and smashed the Earth Carnage sect's gate into pieces. Bang 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 bang, the Earth Carnage sect's martial artists guarding the gate rushed towards Yixing. Yixing pushed out with both hands, and a terrifying energy sent them flying one by one. Each of them vomited blood and suffered heavy injuries. Sect leader, something bad has happened. Yixing has killed his way in. In the inner hall of the Earth Carnage sect, a half-step perfected person rushed in. At this moment, the Earth Carnage sect was in the middle of a meeting. Sect leader Chao Yanting and vice-sect leader Shi Daotian were both in the hall. Hearing this, they were both stunned. Chao Yanting asked, Yixing? Which Yixing? Chao Yanting had never expected that the person who could kill his way into the Earth Carnage sect would be Yixing, the #1 junior in the true Xian region. That half-step perfected person said, it's Yixing, the #1 in the Young Hero Assembly last year. He injured the disciples guarding the gate and destroyed our sect's gate. He even destroyed the array formation there. In the hall, all the Earth Carnage sect's elders' faces changed. Chao Yanting waved his hand and shouted, go out and take a look. At the same time that Chao Yanting received the news of Yixing breaking into the Earth Carnage sect also spread in the Nine Heaven City. Everyone who heard it was shocked. The Earth Carnage sect was a colossus that was second only to the 9 high sects. Yixing had only risen in the Young Hero Assembly last year and was a junior genius. Although Yixing was the #1 junior in the true Xian region, it had only been a year. Yixing had already grown to the point where he could disregard the Earth Carnage sect. Yixing's sudden attack on the Earth Carnage sect had obviously caught the Earth Carnage sect off guard. His array formation skills were profound, and his super brain could see through the structure of the array formation. Therefore, by the time the Earth Carnage sect lord and elders came out, the Earth Carnage sect's array formation had basically been destroyed by Yixing. Stop! Chao Yanting exclaimed as he came out and looked at the devastated sect's formation. Boom! Yixing didn't hold back. The last array formation was completely destroyed by him. The Earth Carnage sect was located in the Nine Heaven City. Although they didn't have as many array formations as the other sects that occupied the mountains, they still had quite a number of them. Chao Yanting and the others were all shocked. In such a short time, Yixing had actually destroyed all these array formations. Chao Yanting roared, Yixing, how dare you? How dare you humiliate the Earth Carnage sect like this? Even if you are protected by the Big Dipper sect, I will make you pay the price today. I will make you die today. Yixing strode into the Earth Carnage sect. His gaze swept across the Earth Carnage sect martial artists as he said, "Price? Even the Earth Carnage sect knows the price. Then, what kind of price would someone have to pay to hire the 7-Kill Alliance to take my life?" The moment Yixing said this, Chao Yanting, Shi Daotian, and the others who knew the truth all had a change in expression. The 7-Kill Alliance had a very good reputation. Their assassins wouldn't reveal their employer's information. Then, how did Yixing know that it was the Earth Carnage sect who hired the 7-Kill Alliance? Chao Yanting's expression quickly returned to normal as he said, "Nonsense. What 7-Kill Alliance? I have never even heard of it. How could someone in my sect hire the 7-Kill Alliance's assassins?" Yixing smiled coldly. His gaze swept past Chao Yanting and landed on Shi Daotian as he said, "Shi Daotian, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Of course, I don't care if you dare to admit it or not. I just want to take your life. That is the price." Shi Daotian's eyes flashed with shock. Yixing actually knew that he was the one who hired the 7-Kill Alliance. As the Earth Carnage sect lord, Chao Yanting was enraged when someone came knocking on his door. He shouted, "This is my Earth Carnage sect. How dare you act so presumptuously?" First of the 10 chapters. Please vote for me. Chapter 479. What's so great about the Earth Fiend sect? Yixing said indifferently as he looked around. He didn't put the Earth Fiend sect's elders in his eyes at all. Today, I'm going to kill my way into the Earth Fiend sect and take Shi Daotian's life. Who dares to stop me? The Earth Fiend sect's sect master and elders were all stunned. Yixing had broken through the Earth Fiend sect's array and killed his way in. This meant that his strength was at least at the level of a 6-star sage. The sect master and vice sect master with the highest cultivation present were only 5-star sage. At the end of last year, Yixing had just broken through to the astral realm. In less than a year, he had actually grown to such a level. It was truly shocking and unbelievable. Chao Yanting hurriedly gestured for the people beside him to go and invite the 3 Grand Elders. However, before he could send people to invite them, the commotion caused by Yixing breaking the array was too great. The 3 Grand Elders of the Earth Fiend sect had already come out of seclusion. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Earth Fiend sect? 3 loud voices came from different directions in the Earth Fiend sect's back mountain. 3 figures shot over from the sky. These 3 people weren't young anymore. The youngest of the 3 looked to be in his 60s, while the oldest looked to be in his 80s. Greetings to the 3 Grand Elders. Chao Yanting, Shi Daotian, and the others hurriedly bowed to the 3. The 3 Grand Elders of the Earth Fiend sect were Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong. The Chao clan, Shi clan, and Gu clan were the 3 strongest clans in the Earth Fiend sect. The sect master, Chao Yanting, belonged to the Chao clan. The vice sect master, Shi Daotian, belonged to the Shi clan. The Gu clan also had a vice sect master. As for cultivators with other clans, the highest rank they could reach in the Earth Fiend sect was an elder. Chao Yanting immediately sent a voice transmission to the 3 Grand Elders about Yixing's situation. Among the 3 Grand Elders, the oldest was Chao Gongming. He was also the first Grand Elder. Hearing this, he glared at Yixing. Chao Gongming shouted, "Don't think that just because you have the Tiangang sect backing you up, you can do whatever you want. How dare you barge into my Earth Fiend sect and break the sect's rules? This sect will kill you on the spot, and the Tiangang sect will not blame us. On account of the Tiangang sect's face, this sect can spare you this once. Get out of the Earth Fiend sect now, or this sect will not spare you." Yixing took a step forward as he circulated his astral energy. His aura erupted forth, instantly causing the clouds to change color as sand and pebbles were kicked up into the air. A horrifying aura pressed down on the Earth Carnage sect martial artists. Yixing walked forward step by step and said, "What do you mean by giving Heavenly Dipper sect face? You're just flattering me. Do I, Yi Chen, need your Earth Carnage sect to spare me? Today, I must kill Shi Dao Tian and all those who participated in hiring the 7 Kills Alliance to assassinate me. No one can stop me." The 3 Grand Elders exchanged glances as intense killing intent flashed in their eyes as they nodded slightly. Chao Gongming said coldly, "Arrogant brat, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Junior Martial Brother Gu, let's attack together and kill this thief on the spot." Yixing had broken through the Earth Fiend sect's protective array. As a 6 stars Dao Master, Chao Gongming was very wary and did not dare to fight with Yixing alone. Instead, he wanted to team up with Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong. Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong revealed a trace of an evil smile as they nodded at the same time. When Yixing killed his way into the Earth Carnage sect, they all wanted to kill Yixing on the spot. However, in order to prevent the Heavenly Dipper sect from talking about this in the future, Chao Gongming had spoken up first. In reality, they knew very well that since Yixing had already killed his way into the Earth Carnage sect, he would definitely not back down because of their threats. This way, they could kill Yixing openly. Outsiders only knew that the Earth Carnage sect had 3 6 stars Dao Masters as Grand Elders, but they did not know that the 3 Grand Elders of the Earth Carnage sect cultivated joint martial arts. When the 3 of them worked together, they could defeat opponents of a higher cultivation level. Their strength was above the 7 stars Dao Masters. In other words, the 3 of them could defeat ordinary 7 stars Dao Masters even if they worked together. The Earth Carnage sect was the #1 sect in the true Xian region not only because of the 3 6 stars Dao Masters that outsiders knew, but also because of the terrifying strength of their joint attacks. There was a huge gap between the 6-star realm and the 7th star realm. A 6-star realm cultivator was still a Dao Master. Those above the 7th star realm could be called Dao Masters. Normally, if the 3 6 stars Dao Masters worked together, they would be able to fight against the most ordinary 7 stars Dao Masters. Furthermore, they would definitely lose if the battle dragged on. However, the 3 Grand Elders of the Earth Carnage sect could defeat an ordinary 7 stars Dao Master when they worked together. This was already extremely powerful. Whoosh! 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 Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong flew into the sky. A pair of wings appeared behind each of them as they stood in the air in a triangular formation. Whoosh! 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 The 3 terrifying auras exploded. When they combined, the power they created was even stronger than Yixing's. Wild winds blew, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The air currents collided with each other, creating explosive sounds. Just the clash of auras was already very intense. At this moment, many martial artists had already gathered outside the Earth Carnage sect. They were watching from afar, and they were all stunned. What terrifying auras! No wonder the Earth Carnage sect is the #1 sect after the 9 exalted sects. Yixing only entered the astral star realm at the end of last year. He was only 18 years old then, and now he's already a 5 stars Dao Master. TSK. A 19-year-old 5 stars Dao Master. This is too heaven-defying. Who will win this battle? All the martial artists exclaimed in their hearts. None of them were surprised. Inside the Earth Carnage sect, Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong had already gotten into position. Confident smiles appeared on their faces. Chao Gongming's gaze was like a sword as he locked onto Yixing. He shouted, "Arrogant thief, die." As he spoke, Chao Gongming struck out with his palm. At the same time, Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong also struck out with their palms. 3 palm prints shot out and instantly gathered together. The palm prints instantly expanded, and their power skyrocketed. This palm print was like a mountain as it pressed down on Yixing's head. All the martial artists were shocked when they saw the palm print. They all sucked in a cold breath. Most of the martial artists only felt that this palm print was terrifying. However, some of the more powerful martial artists could tell the difference in strength between a 6 stars Dao Master and a 7 stars Dao Master. At this moment, they were even more shocked. This was because Chao Gongming and the other two's combined attack was as powerful as a 7-star Dao Master's attack. How could Yixing block such a terrifying attack? Facing this palm print, Yixing didn't show any fear. However, his expression became slightly more serious. Circulating his astral energy, Yixing executed the flaming dipper fist. He faced the palm print and punched the sky. The force of fire that was close to greater mastery merged into his fist. The flaming dipper fist that was at the perfected stage was close to the transformative stage. When he punched out, a sea of fire seemed to appear behind Yixing. It contained the power of fire, and heat waves rose in all directions. Boom! When the flaming dipper fist and the palm print collided, there was a deafening explosion. The mountain-like palm print instantly shattered into pieces. Chapter 480. Everyone was shocked. The joint attack of the 3 Earth Fiend Sect Supreme Elders was so powerful, but it was broken by Yixing with a single punch. Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong were shocked. They knew how powerful their joint attack was. Even an ordinary 7-star Venerable wouldn't be able to block it. If Yixing could block it, didn't that mean that Yixing's battle prowess was comparable to Venerable 7 stars when he was only at the 5th level of the astral realm? Chao Gongming and the other two exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Kill! The 3 of them shouted in unison. Their killing intent soared as they performed their joint attack. Palm prints filled the sky as they continuously attacked Yixing. Yixing stood on the ground like an iron tower. He didn't even take half a step back as he performed the flaming dipper fist. Combined with the power of the flames, his fist was unparalleled. No matter how fierce the attacks were, Yixing blocked them one by one. Chao Gongming and the other two had sweat on their foreheads. Seeing that their attacks weren't working, Chao Gongming's eyes flashed fiercely as he shouted, "Kill him! Earth Fiend Dipper Sword Slash!" As he spoke, Chao Gongming waved his hand and a supreme-grade spiritual weapon flew out. It was shining brightly. At the same time, starlight flashed between the 3's eyebrows as they used their astrology. 3 gigantic stars hung high in the sky, and the power of the 3 constellations fell down, fusing into the sword. In an instant, the sword shone with 100 zhang of light, revealing a terrifying power that caused one's heart to palpitate. Chao Gongming waved his hand and chopped down. That 1,000-feet-long supreme-grade spirit weapon treasure sword flew towards Yixing with boundless might and chopped down. Crash! The sky was split in half by the sword. Before the sword radiance arrived, the terrifying sword chi had already split open a passage in the void. Yixing was right in the middle of this sword chi passageway. He felt as if thousands of sharp blades were shuttling back and forth, constantly slicing his body. Even Yixing was moved by the might of this sword. This Earth Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash was the Earth Fiend Sect's trump card. When used by many people, the attack could kill enemies whose cultivation levels were much higher than their own. With this Earth Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash, it would be easy to kill Venerable 7 star. Only the peak Venerable 7 star could contend against it. In that instant, Yixing activated his superbrain to scan the area. At the same time, he used his fire astrology and his wind force, which was at the peak of refinement realm, and disappeared in a flash. Chao Gongming laughed and shouted, "You want to hide? The Earthly Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash has already locked onto your aura." No matter how fast you dodge, you won't be able to escape the outcome of being sliced into two. Huh. Chao Gongming stopped laughing halfway because the earthly fiend Tiangang's sword didn't deviate from its direction. This meant that Yixing didn't dodge in another direction. They saw that Yixing actually did not retreat but instead advanced, rushing towards the earthly fiend Big Dipper sword. The black dragon spear appeared in Yixing's hands and he thrust it out. Fire energy gathered at the spear point. Like a blazing sun, it emitted a terrifying strength and a blinding light. Explode! As this spear was about to collide with the earthly fiend Big Dipper sword, the blazing sunlight at the black dragon spear's point suddenly exploded, erupting with a terrifying strength. Sun Flame Spear Art, Flame Explosion. This was the strongest finishing move of the Sunflame Spear Art. This spear strike pierced through the weak points of the earthly fiend Big Dipper sword. Moreover, it was the strongest strike of the earthly fiend Big Dipper sword. The 1,000-foot-long earthly fiend Big Dipper sword immediately collapsed, blown apart by Yixing's spear strike. Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong's complexions all changed. They were horrified. They never imagined that their strongest strike would be broken apart by Yixing. Moreover, their complexions paled. They were affected by the recoil and the blood within their bodies tumbled, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Whether it was the martial artists of the Earth Fiend sect or those watching from outside, all of them were left dumbfounded. Yixing's spear broke apart the earthly fiend Big Dipper sword. He coldly shouted, "You guys should also receive my attack." Sunflame Spear Art, Chasing Sun. As Yixing spoke, he thrust out his spear. His target was Chao Gongming, who stood in front of the three of them. By the time Yixing's voice fell, Yixing's spear had already arrived in front of Chao Gongming. Just how fast was this spear strike? It was fused with the wind potential of the peak of the Minute Subtlety realm. There was no way to avoid it. Chao Gongming's face shook, a trace of panic and fear in his eyes. Earthly fiend Big Dipper sword. Chao Gongming cried out in alarm. He pushed his palms forward. Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong also pushed their palms forward. The strength of their palms gathered together, forming a dazzling wall of light that blocked in front of them. The power of Yixing's spear strike wasn't simple at all. When the potential of fire was combined with the Fire Star Avatar, its might was terrifying. Moreover, Chao Gongming and the other two's joint attack had a formidable striking power that could even be ranked in the upper echelons of 7 stars. But, their defensive power wasn't as outstanding. See Law, the wall of light was pierced through by the black dragon spear. The spear point continued to emit astral light, instantly piercing through Chao Gongming's throat. The black dragon spear thrust out and retracted. With a violent vibration, a massive hole appeared in Chao Gongming's throat. Chao Gongming clutched his throat, blood wildly gushing out. His eyes were ashen as he fell from the skies. Screams rang out from the Earth Fiend sect martial artists. The head of the 3 highest elders, Chao Gongming, had actually died under Yixing's hands. The Earth Fiend sect martial artists were shocked and panic-stricken. After Chao Gongming died, the ones most frightened were Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong. They were standing behind Chao Gongming, and now that Yixing had killed Chao Gongming, there was no longer any resistance between them. How could the two of them not be afraid? Even when the 3 of them joined forces, they still weren't Yixing's match. Now that their joint attack had been broken, Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong were well aware that they weren't a match for Yixing's spear. They turned and fled. In terms of speed, how could the two of them compare with Yixing, who had stepped into the peak of subtle with his potential of fire? Yixing's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, instantly chasing after them. Solar Flame Spear Art, Burning Annihilation. Solar Flame Spear Art, Chasing Thunder. One after the other, 2 spear moves shot out, both of them stabbing towards Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong's backs. Chasing Thunder was even faster than Burning Annihilation. Although it was released later, it seemed as if it had struck at the same time as burning annihilation. Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong cried out miserably at the same time. Their bodies fell from the skies, following in Chao Gongming's footsteps and dying in the yellow springs. Yi Xing landed on the ground. He pointed the black dragon spear at an angle, blood dripping from the spear point. He walked forward step by step, his eyes locking onto Shi Daotian. Who else participated in inviting the 7 Kill Alliance's assassins? Shi Daotian drew back again and again, a panic-stricken expression on his face. He glanced at Chao Yanting. At this time, Chao Yanting no longer had the dignity of a sect master. He was like a frightened bird, trembling with fear. As Shi Daotian looked at Chao Yanting, he jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He quickly shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't know at all." Inviting the 7 Kill Alliance's assassins was Yun Tianhao's idea. It was Shi Daotian's idea, it had nothing to do with me. Chapter 481. Yi Xing looked at Chao Yanting and laughed. Yun Tianhao came up with the idea and Shi Daotian did it, but sect leader Chao knew about it clearly. It seems like sect leader Chao's death was not unjust. Chao Yanting instantly realized that he had said something wrong. After hearing Yi Xing's words, his face turned pale instantly. At this moment, he was filled with regret. The enmity between the Earth Fiend sect and Yi Xing was because of Shi Wuxia. Shi Wuxia being crippled was originally a good thing for Chao Yanting. It would solidify his position as the sect leader. Chao Yanting hated himself. Why did Yi Xing do something that was beneficial to him? Why did he have to involve himself in the matter of asking the 7 Kill Alliance to assassinate Yi Xing? Why did he get into trouble for no reason? Shi Wuxia was Shi Daotian's son, and Shi Daotian was the one who wanted revenge. If Chao Yanting had not gotten involved, today's disaster would not have befallen him. From now on, he would still be the sect leader of the Earth Fiend sect. However, there were no ifs in this world. If one did something wrong, one had to pay the price. Yi Xing had killed the 3 Grand Elders of the Earth Fiend sect. He had completely suppressed the martial artists of the Earth Fiend sect. Looking at him, the martial artists of the Earth Fiend sect only felt fear in their hearts. No one dared to stop Yi Xing. Yi Xing had easily killed the sect leader of the Earth Fiend sect, Chao Yanting, and the vice-sect leader, Shi Daotian. The Earth Fiend sect had lost 3 Grand Elders and 2 sect leaders. A total of 5 experts had fallen. The sect's strength had been greatly reduced. It was no longer the number 1 sect in the true Xian region after the 9 high sects. Instead, it had fallen to the bottom of the 1-star mid-grade sections. Furthermore, the Earth Fiend sect's sect-protecting array had been destroyed by Yi Xing. It could be said that this was the most difficult moment for the sect's survival. Normally, the Earth Fiend sect relied on its strength to bully many other forces. Now that the Earth Fiend sect was in trouble, naturally, many people would kick them when they were down. The moment Yi Xing left the Earth Fiend sect, many martial artists had charged into the Earth Fiend sect to seek revenge. In the end, it was the White Bone sect, one of the 9 superior sects of the true Xian region, who stepped in to protect the Earth Fiend sect and resolve the crisis of the Earth Fiend sect's destruction. The news quickly spread throughout 9 Heaven City and even the entire true Xian region. Yi Xing's name once again resounded in the ears of the martialists in the true Xian domain. Furthermore, it was even more shocking than the previous time. Last time, Yi Xing had broken through to the astral realm at the age of 18. He had won first place in the Young Hero Assembly, becoming the number 1 junior in the true Xian domain and ranked first in the Earth Profound ranking. This time, Yi Xing was not even 19 years old, but he was already a 5 stars true master. He killed his way into the Earth Carnage sect all by himself, killing 3 6 stars true masters and 2 5 stars true masters. Who wouldn't be shocked by such progress? Everyone was shocked by Yixing's progress. At the end of last year, Yixing had already broken the record in the history of the True Xian region. However, because he was from a remote one-star inferior sect, there were still many martial artists who didn't like him. They thought that Yixing's destiny was limited and his cultivation technique inheritance wasn't high enough. It would be difficult for him to achieve great things in the end. Today, Yixing's performance was no different from giving these people a big slap in the face. In less than a year, he had broken through 5 realms consecutively, and they were all in the astral realm. With such a speed of growth, it would still be difficult for him to achieve great things in the end? No one doubted Yixing's future anymore. They could already confirm that Yixing's future would most likely break the record in the history of the True Xian region. Yixing, you really shocked me. When Yang Gang saw Yixing, he exclaimed in disbelief, "It took me 3 years to break through the astral realm to become a 3-star venerable. Then, it took me another 2 years to break through to a 4-star venerable. I'm still very far away from becoming a 5-star venerable. However, you've already cultivated to a 5-star venerable in a year. This speed is too fast. It's really enviable." Yixing scanned Yang Gang's cultivation and found that he had already consolidated to the late stage of the astral realm. This was also because he had absorbed an 8th-grade spiritual grade corpse jade this year. Otherwise, it would be very good if he could cultivate to the middle stage of the astral realm. The cultivation of the astral realm was already difficult. The 4th stage of the astral realm belonged to the middle stage venerable. The cultivation difficulty was even more difficult than the first 3 stages. Yang Gang's destiny was a 6-star yellow fate. According to his normal cultivation speed, he would be able to cultivate to become a 6-star venerable before the age of 35. Now that Yang Gang was 24 years old, he would be able to break through to the 5-star venerable in about 3 years. After that, he would be able to break through to the 6-star venerable in about 6 years. It would take a very long time to break through to the next stage. Yixing was now a 9-star yellow fate. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to cultivate to the 9-star venerable before the age of 35 if his destiny didn't change. His cultivation speed would be much faster than Yang Gang's. However, Yixing's fast cultivation speed wasn't because of his destiny. It was because he had enough corpse jades to absorb, which greatly increased his cultivation speed. That was why he could break through to the 5-star venerable in a year. Yixing smiled and took out a 9th-grade spiritual grade corpse jade. He handed it to Yang Gang and said, "Brother Yang, absorb this 9th-grade spiritual grade corpse jade. It's only a matter of time before you break through to the astral realm." What Yixing needed now was corpse jades above the 10th-grade spiritual grade corpse jade. The remaining 2 9th-grade spiritual grade corpse jades had no effect on his cultivation. Yang Gang's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Oh my god, the best we could find was an 8th-grade spiritual grade corpse jade. You actually found a 9th-grade spiritual grade corpse jade?" Although Yang Gang was excited, he didn't take it and continued, "A 9th-grade spiritual grade corpse jade is most suitable for a 5-star venerable to cultivate. You should keep it for yourself. The East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament will begin in about a month. Even if I absorb a 9th-grade spiritual grade corpse jade, I won't be able to break through to the 5-star venerable." Yixing stuffed the 9th-grade spiritual grade corpse jade into Yang Gang's hands and said, "My cultivation has increased too quickly, so I don't need a corpse jade for the time being. The death chi in this 9th-grade spiritual grade corpse jade has been refined by someone. You can absorb it directly. A month is enough for you to break through to the 5-star venerable." Yang Gang exclaimed, "The death chi in the corpse jade has been refined by someone? Who can refine the death chi in it?" Yixing smiled and said, "This is a secret. Don't tell anyone." Yang Gang nodded repeatedly. He knew that there was a sovereign behind Yixing. Yixing's matter in the Earth Fiend sect had caused a huge impact. The evil Dao forces in the True Xian region were extremely dissatisfied with this. However, Because the Heavenly Dipper sect supported Yixing and Yixing's strength made the other evil Dao forces wary, they only dared to complain and didn't dare to do anything to Yixing. December 1st, the day to set off for the Divine Continent Mountain had finally arrived. In the 9-sect alliance's main hall, Yixing, Yanggang, Mu Xiaoyue, and the other top 10 junior geniuses of the Earth Profound ranking were gathered together. Yixing was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Among his peers in the true Xian region, the juniors could only look up to him. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.